Last warm-up. The warm-up is now finished. If you can clear the pool, please, swimmers.
Hi, I'm Steve Parry and I'm here to tell you about British Gas Swim Britain. British Gas, they've got a great aim. They want to get more people swimming regularly by 2015. So in order to take part in Swim Britain, you've got a team challenge. There's 4 of you. You've all got to swim 1,000 metres. You do 250 metres each in a relay until you've done the 1,000 metres. Swim Britain is going to help you get fitter and healthier, and they're even going to give you tips along the way. It's all going to accumulate in 10 events in September at venues across the country. Now, logistics of this event are super easy. You're going to get a swimming cap, a t-shirt and a timing chip. You pick them up at the venue on the day. So all you need to think about is the regular stuff. Your swimming goggles and a pair of trunks. You could wear these or perhaps some of these. You might want 2 towels as well instead of 1. So you'll need 1 towel for poolside and also a towel for when you get changed at the end. Maybe a bit of shampoo as well. And last but not least, make sure you take some water with you. So how does the Swim Britain relay work? Well, you've got to get your teammates. Here's one of mine, me Chris, just happens to be an international swimmer. I'll have some of that. He's going to lead off. Let's go, Chris. Yes. When he's done his 250 metres, he's got to make sure that his timing chip registers. Don't worry, there'll be people there on the day to make sure that that happens. Chris is then going to walk over to his second teammate, who's going to be in the transition area, and he's going to give him a high five. Nice high five. Then Chris is done. He's good to go. He can go have a little bit of a rest. It's going to get very crowded if all of you are waiting at the end of the pool. So we've got a rule. Only the person that's swimming next can be in the transition zone. So Swim Britain's going to be like no event you've ever done before, largely because of these bad boys. They're actually called boys, and you're going to have to swim around them. When you're swimming down the pool, you've got to keep the buoy to your left-hand side. And when you're swimming back up the pool, you've got to keep it to your right-hand side. Just keep an eye out for them. Big orange things, can't miss them. Stay as tight as you can to the buoy. You've only got to swim 250 metres. There's no point swimming any more than that if you don't have to. Once you've got your team together, make sure you get the opportunity to train together. Set yourself both an individual goal. You know what? Challenge the other guys on your team as well. You might surprise yourself and with some good training, beat the time that you thought you were going to go. What about making some hoodies with your team name on there? You're taking on everyone else in Swim Britain. You've got to get in there with the right frame of mind. Maybe you want to go in some fancy dress. I don't suggest you swim in the fancy dress. That might slow you down a little bit. Maybe you could even come up with your own song, you know. I can see all 4 of you doing the Gangnam Style. Maybe not. But most of all, make sure there's some cracking banter between you and your teammates, and let's maximise the fun that we're going to have on Swim Britain. Good luck and enjoy.
Good morning from the Wales National Pool here in Swansea, and a warm welcome to you for Quipu TV's live coverage of Day 5 of the British Gas Swim Wales Summer Nationals 2013. So we're 4 days complete, 3 more days of swimming to go, and we'll continue to bring you the action from all 20 sessions of top-class swimming featuring the best of Welsh swimming talent, as well as the opportunity to see swimmers from all around the UK who've travelled here to Swansea for this fantastic event. We've got a really packed pool this morning, a very busy session coming up for us, with 50s backstroke and breaststroke, followed by 200 freestyle and 100 backstroke. And I'm Duncan McKinnell, and I'll be taking you through all the action. And this morning, once again, I'm joined by Mark Tancock, Swim Wales Regional Business Manager. Welcome once again, Mark.
Good morning, it's good to be on a lovely, wet, rainy day in South Wales.
I think it's about the first time we've really seen the rain coming down this morning. It's been some beautiful blue skies over the last few days, and I'm sure we'll get them back before long. We're just seeing the officials coming on to poolside at the moment, and once they're on and have got themselves organised, then we'll be on our way. Remember that if you want to let us know your thoughts about these championships and our coverage of them, please do tweet us. We'd love to hear from you. You can do that using hashtag BGSN Live, that's hashtag BGSN Live, and we'll be delighted to pass on messages as we go. We've had good luck messages so far from the Leek contingent, so great to hear from them. Thank you to Joanne Hull for that one. So please do give us your thoughts, send your best wishes to the swimmers here in Swansea. Coverage of this event is brought to you by British Gas and Swim Wales, and we're grateful to them and all the commercial partners for their continued support of swimming here in Wales. So Mark, a really busy session this morning. I think it's the busiest I've seen the pool so far this week.
It's really, really exciting, isn't it? Oh, a big crowd in this morning. There was a big old queue in the car park trying to get in. I even struggled myself to try and find some space, but it's really good to see and fantastic for the National Pool here in Swansea to be hosting such an event with such a crowd in.
So this is the hot ticket today. There's no doubt about it. This is pretty hot as well with all these bodies in the pool. It's a pretty big gallery here at the National Pool, and I can tell you it is absolutely packed. There are spectators standing on the walkway at the back. Anywhere where they can get a view of the pool, there's spectators there.
There's a few perching over our shoulders here as well, trying to get a good view. So it's going to be an opportunity for everybody to try and get a good view of all the action this morning.
So we're going to start off with sprints. We have the boys 15 to 16 and 17, 18, 50 backstroke, followed by the girls. More sprints after that, 50 breaststroke for the younger boys and girls, 14 heats for the boys and 15 for the girls. Then we move on to 200 freestyle. Not had any 200 freestyle yet, so it'll be good to see some of the freestylers and see what they can do. Always a great event, 200 free. And then we finish off what will be a pretty long morning session with the 100 backstroke, 19 heats for the young boys and 22 to enjoy for the girls. So lots and lots to look forward to this morning. So I hope you've got your coffee mug charged, the bacon roll in your hand, and are settled down in front of your screen, ready to go, because we are now absolutely ready to go with the first heat. So 3 swimmers in this first heat. We have Aaron Pullen of Ealing in 3, James Stephen of First in 4, and Jake Barnett of Amphibians in 5. Entry times 33.2 and 33.3, and certainly pretty much together coming down the pool here. Maybe it's the white cap of Ealing's Aaron Pullen just with the edge in lane 3, but this is very close indeed. Beside him, James Stevens. It's going to be between the two of them. So a nice start to get us going. 31.72 for Aaron Pullen getting the touch. James Stevens second, 31.98, and Jake Barnett third, 32.57.
Nice tight swim to get us started there with Aaron Pullen coming in 2 seconds below, just over 2 seconds below his entry time of 33.32, and coming in at 31.72. Stephen James there, and then Jake Barnett in third.
So straight on then to heat 2. We've got 7 scheduled to go here, and they're all there. So there we go, Zaid Abdul Majid of Bridgend in 1, Hugh Brown of Cardiff in 2, Samuel Withers, Pembs County in 3, Joshua Hillman, Rotherham in 4, Christopher Whitaker of Cardiff in 5, Andrew Kleinhorn of Bebington in 6, and David Flanagan of City of Cardiff in 7. Another pretty close one. Lane 7, David Flanagan going nicely here. But there's 4 or so swimmers coming down to the final 5 meters in a line here. Wouldn't like to call this one. It goes, in fact, to lane 3, Samuel Withers, 31.87. Quite as fast as the first heat, but the Pembs County swimmer taking it with an improvement of over a second. Second place, Joshua Hillman, 32.15, and Zaid Abdul Majid in third place, 32.31. Tight one there. So on to heat 3, 6 heats in all in this first event of the morning. And away we go. Rodri Johnson in 1, Michael Gray in 2, Carl Smith in 3, Euron Roberts in 4, Callum Wellman in 5, Jacob Wass in 6, Robert Cousins in 7, and Matthew Thomas in lane 8. Nice start from Michael Gray of City of Cardiff in lane 2. He's up there, and so in the yellow cap, Warrington's Jacob Wass. Maybe between these two. Lane 5, Callum Wellman also is interested in this one. But it is Michael Gray, the Cardiff swimmer, who takes it. 31.04 for him. So that is faster than we've seen. And another good improvement, 1.4 seconds. Second place, Jacob Wass, 31.55. And Callum Wellman third, 31.64. So we're just about to go underway with heat 4. And away they go. Alexander McCauley in 1, Thomas Vaughan in 2, Braden Hartles in 3, Guto Williams in 4, Andrew Plummer in 5, Mitchell Walmsley in 6, Lewis Baker in 7, and Owen Jones in 8. I think that might be a reserve, possibly in lane 4. I'm not sure about that. We'll check that out. But it's lane 3 and lane 5. Braden Hartles and Andrew Plummer, who are coming in together, just a tenth apart. Braden it is in lane 3, the swimmer from Birmingham, who just takes it, 30.07. So getting very close to getting under the 30 seconds now. Andrew Plummer taking second, 30.18 ahead of Mitchell Walmsley. 30.46 in third place. 2 more before we move on to the girls. And in heat 5, we have Luke Riding in 1, Adam Horton in 2, Toby Sariki in 3, George Boast in 4, Owen Roberts in 5, Max Granger in 6, Samuel Wilde in 7, Owen Bevan in lane 8. George Boast has been among the medals, and he is certainly leading this one in the yellow cap in lane 4. 100 breaststroke gold medalist, so shows his good backstroker as well there. 28.96. Now that is a lot faster than we've seen, and only a tenth of a second away from the championship record, the Clantrasant swimmer. So that's taken us into new territory there. Toby Sariki second, 30.09, just 300ths ahead of Owen Roberts in third. Good swim from George there. 28.96. Can this final heat go faster than that? Let's see. Giovanni Di Siena in 1, Jordan Strathern in 2, Jonathan Orchard in 3, Thomas Gabb in 4, Tor Wheeler in 5, Elliot Bloor in 6, Jack Talentire in 7, and Nathan Watt in lane 8. And Thomas Gabb in lane 4, just 15 years old, so the youngster of the group, but he is pushing on. 100 backstroke gold medalist in the green cap. And this is an impressive swim from him. Nice ducking into the wall there, 28.95, just 100th faster than the previous heats. Of course, different age groups, Thomas and George, so they will be in their respective lane 4s in the finals this evening.
Yeah, that was an impressive end to the heats there from Thomas Gabb, 28.95. Well, as you said, 100th second below George Best, the 18-year-old, but Thomas Gabb just 15 years old, year old from Millfield.
So he's a promising talent. Tor Wheeler taking second there, 29.72, with Jonathan Orchard on exactly 30 seconds in third place. So the girls are up now. We've got 8 heats with the girls. 14 to 18, so 2 age groups here, 14, 15, and a 3-year age group, 16 to 18. 3 swimmers go in heat 1. And the 3 are underway. Holly Thomas of Novio Cigar in 3, Jennifer Sharp of City of Sunderland in 4, and Jazz Strudwick of Dorking in 5. So south of England, north of England, and South Wales all represented here, and fairly close, all entered in 36 mid territory, so they'll be looking to post good improvements on that. And it looks like lane 3, Holly Thomas and Jazz Strudwick in 5, coming in pretty much together. I think it's Holly just getting the touch, so victory for the Welsh girl. 36.30, improves by 4/10. Jazz Strudwick second, 36.71, and Jennifer Sharp third in 37.81. So in these early heats, I guess it is about pushing on your best times. So Holly did that by about 4/10.
Yeah, every heat so far has actually gone under their C time, so and obviously we've just started with the girls now, and Holly Thomas 36.30, 3/10 of a second into a C time there, so they're all making improvements on the big stage.
So heat 2 making their way into the water, getting themselves settled. And they're underway. Jasmine Newman in 1, Emily Hall in 2, Annalise Baker in 3, Kate Owen in 4, Catherine Parsonage in 5, Caris Thomas in 6, Chloe Lowe in 7, and Lindsay Sword in lane 8. Lane 4, Kate Owen, Celtic Dolphins, and lane 8, first Lindsay Sword. look to be 1 and 2 with 10 metres to go. I think it is going to be the Celtic Dolphin in lane 4, Kate Owen, who will take this one in the end fairly comfortably, 33.68. She'll be pleased with that time, I would think. Entered on 36.04, so more than 2 seconds in one length of the pool.
Yeah, Di Thomas, Celtic Dolphins head coach, will be delighted with that as well. He was actually down poolside then, looking on intently, and he'll be delighted with that time by Kate.
Lindsay Sword second, 34.56, and Chloe Lowe third in 35.54. On to heat 3. Lucy Thomas in 1, Jennifer Dixon in 2, Amy Bond in 3, Emma Sutton in 4, Heather Lees in 5, Holly Barnes in 6, Eleanor Booth in 7, and Lauren Palmer-Jones in 8. And again, it looks like lane 4. This time it's Llantrisant's Emma Sutton in the yellow cap, and she is quite a long way clear in terms of a 50. This is a big, big lead. So Emma Sutton, 32.68, and that's another big PB. In fact, an even bigger one. She was entered on 35.36, and what's that, 2.5 seconds or thereabouts. Great stuff. Heather Lee's taking second, 35.14, just 100th ahead of Holly Barnes, but Emma Sutton there. So the Welsh girls are starting well.
Yeah, Novia Cigar, Emma Sutton from Llantrisant, and also in the last heat, in heat 2, Kate Owen from the Celtic Dolphins. Brilliant stuff. Well, from my point of view anyway.
From the point of view of anyone who enjoys fast swimming. Anyway, on to heat 4. Jessica Devereaux in 1, Laura McBride in 2, Lauren Smith in 3, Zoe Nichols in 4, Carrie O'Rourke in 5, Stephanie Strang in 6, Rebecca Klein in 7, and Sadie Milton in lane 8. Again, it's lane 4 leading this one. Zoe Nichols, not got as big a lead as the last heat though, that's for sure, and she's being pushed by Carrie O'Rourke in lane 5, and Carrie is maybe just edging into the lead. Also up there, Lauren Smith in 3. It's between the three of them. It is Carrie O'Rourke who takes it. Aberystwyth getting into the picture this time, 34.60 for Carrie, improves by half a second. Second place, Lauren Smith, 34.71, so just a 10th back, and Zoe Nichols in third, 34.98. So even in a 50, that lead has certainly changed hands about halfway down the pool, and it's all about managing the phases of the race.
Yeah, and you can see right then, Carrie O'Rourke came right back into it from Aberystwyth as well, so you know, it is managing the race, and especially with a 50 as well. You haven't got much time to change leads, but you can see it did happen there.
So on to heat 5. Naomi Hughes in 1, Victoria Ward in 2, Nicole Parrish in 3, Katie O'Malley in 4, Imogen Hunt in 5, Francesca Griffin in 6, and Rebecca Robinson in 7, and Rachel Heesom in 8. Katie O'Malley of Blackwell is looking very strong, very comfortable in lane 4, and she's about a metre up on the swimmer beside her, who is Bridget's Imogen Hunt. They're going to be the 1-2 here, with Katie taking it 32.29. So that's our new fastest time, and another good PB there for Katie, the 17-year-old, about 1.7 up on her entry time. Imogen Hunt second, and third was Francesca Griffin, 33.23 and 34.13 respectively. Victoria Ward just 400ths more back. Three heats to go. So this is heat 6 out of the 8. Emily Osborne in 1, Danielle Rayner in 2, Anna Chappell in 3, Terry Johnson in 4, Bethan Connolly in 5, Lauren Rigdon in 6, Rebecca Jennard in 7, and Lois Hopkins in 8. Lane 5 this time, Bethan Connolly of City of Cardiff Has got the edge. Terry Johnson not too far back. Rebecca Jennard as well in lane 7. And Rebecca Jennard maybe in second place. Anna Chappell up there as well, but Bethan Connolly holds it. 32.43, just a tenth or so back on the previous heat's time. But a nice swim from the Cardiff girl, just inside her entry time, 32.48. She'll be hoping for a place in the final, the 14.15s in her case. Second place, Rebecca Jennard, and third, Dumfries's Terry Johnson, just edging it from Anna Chappell. Looks like we have some empty lanes in this one. 6 and 7. So going through the field of Heat 7, Laura Clark in 1, Isabel Booth in 2, Melanie Rowland in 3, Erin Bryce in 4, Olivia Handley in 5, and Lucy Glover in 8. So a little bit different from Lucy Glover, a little isolated from the other swimmers. They're all coming down in a line here. This is the tightest one so far. Very close to call here. Olivia Handley, I'm going to try and attempt to call it in lane 5. Well, got that completely wrong based on that. I think there might just be a query over that time for Olivia Handley. She's been credited with 4th at the moment behind Isabel Booth leading it, but I suspect that might get adjusted.
I thought Olivia Handley had that as well, but it depends on the touch, obviously, and maybe she didn't have the best of touches under the water, but we'll just have to wait and see.
And certainly, at the moment, it looks like that is the result as it stands. Isabel Booth, 32.65. Melanie Rowland second, 32.73. And Erin Bryce third, 32.84. So the last heat for the girls 50 backstroke. We've got Billy McCarthy in 1, Annie Keppel-Palmer in 2, Jessica Sutton in 3, Sophie Cox in 4, Isabel Johns in 5, Eleanor Bloor in 6, Ellie Cox in 7, and Claire Beddoe in lane 8. Annie Keppel-Palmer, the 15-year-old from Sevenoaks, has had a good week and she's looking good in lane 2, but there's plenty around her now, and coming through strongly in lane 5 is Isabel Johns, another one that's really close. Isabel Johns, though, does get the touch, 32.32. Tie for second, Annie Keppel-Palmer and Sophie Cox, both on 32.51, just ahead of Jessica Sutton. 32.60 in 4th place. So Isabel Johns taking that one, 32.32. Well, I was going to say that was the fastest, but in fact, Katie O'Malley, 32.29, gets that honour. 17-year-old from Blackwell. So good for her. Isabel Johns, though, taking that one. So we're staying with sprints here as we move to the young boys and breaststroke. 14 heats to come here. 3 are going in heat 1. Joey Davies of Wrexham in 3. Dylan Page of Church Dragons in 4. And Joshua Thomas of Merthyr in 5. Entry times here 51 high to 52 low. 3 youngsters, 11 and 12-year-olds. So they'll be looking maybe to get under the 50-second marker. Pretty close between lanes 3 and 4. Joey Davis and Dylan Page, Wrexham and Church Dragons. We've not really talked much about Church Dragons. Tell me a bit about that programme.
I actually don't know too much about the Church Dragons, really. Obviously, I know a bit about Joshua Thomas in lane 4 with lane 5 with Merthyr, but yeah, the Church Dragons, I'll come back to you on that, Duncan.
Okay. Watch this space. But it was, in fact, Joey Davies taking that one, the Wrexham swimmer from the North Wales. Dylan Page second and Joshua Thomas third. On to heat 2. 6 swimmers going in this heat. James Spragg in 1, Peter Bateman in 3, William Collins in 4, Bryn Jones in 5, Nathan Owen in 6, Samuel Taylor in 7. So another one in the 50 to 51 range of entry time. So it's certainly pushing it on nicely is the Novio Kimru William Collins. And when he's wearing a swim Swansea cap, it looks like. And this is a dominant performance from, well, lane 5 coming up, but certainly was no touch there. So William Collins certainly will get the credited with that one. I think 43.27. Wow, 7 seconds inside his entry time. Where did that come from?
Fantastic swim by William. He's wearing the swim Swansea cap. He's actually a local swimmer here. And just obviously going back to the Chirk Dragons scenario, they swim out of Wrexham with Rhys Mullen, who actually is the regional business manager up there with them for Swim Wales. He'll have a bit more information on that. But they swim out of Wrexham, and they're actually quite a small, thriving club. And also Wrexham just launched the Aqua Passport program, which I'm sure we can speak about a bit later on.
Okay, we'll look forward to hearing about that as we move on to Heat 3. All 8 lanes in use here. Kelvin Cockcroft in 1, Benjamin Porter in 2, Dylan Little in 3, Joseph Hawkins in 4, Christian Ellis in 5, Stephen Titley in 6, Samuel Wardle in 7, and Nian Green in 8. So 2 yellow caps leading the way here from Leeds, Joseph Hawkins, and his teammate in 7. And his teammate is Samuel Wardle. So the 2 Leeds boys, stroke for stroke here, coming into the wall. Let's see who gets the touch. It goes, I think, to Joseph Hawkins. Very close, 45.58. So a nice improvement there to nearly 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Got quite a few heads around, very busy as I mentioned, so we might get some obstructive views of the scoreboard. So apologies about that. But we will keep you right as best we can. Joseph Hawkins then 45.58. Samuel Wardle 45.64. I think Dylan Little, I think, will get third, 46.56. Just looks like there was a rogue time coming up in lane 5 there that we need to sort out, and no time at all coming up at the moment in lane 8. So a little bit of sorting out for the electronic gurus to do. And I think they've done that now. So Joseph Hawkins there, 45.58. Samuel Wardle second, Dylan Little third. So some desperate requests from the gallery announcer to try and manage the crowds here. It is absolutely bursting. I don't know whether our camera crew can put some shots on the gallery on there, but it is packed to the gills here this morning.
Yeah,
standing room only.
I don't think there's even much room for the coaches poolside. There's so much movement going on down there, even with officials as well, and there are, it is absolutely chock-a-block up here today.
So I think we're just about ready to go with Heat 4. 46 and 47 second entry times in this one. The whistle goes. And they're up on the blocks. Joseph Rossiter goes in 1, Morgan Thompson in 2, Stephen Cooper in 3, Scott Coventry in 4, James Hill in 5, Toby Ryland in 6, Samuel Neeb Evans in 7, and Nathan Musgrove in 8. Nice start in lane 5, James Hill of Pembs County, and in lane 8, Clantrasant's Nathan Musgrove. They're the 2 who are showing with 15 metres to go. Starting to make a move in 4 is Sevenoaks swimmer Scott Coventry. He's not too far away. Neither is Bebington's Toby Ryland in lane 6, but it's going to be a three-way battle to the wall. Let's see who gets it. James Hill. Well, was it? Because that time that's coming up on the scoreboard, 23.73, certainly isn't right. So we'll need to wait for confirmation on that one. It was very, very close.
I just thought Scott Coventry nicked that from Sevenoaks Swimming Club just at the finish there, but James Hill from Pembs County, another local boy and a good swimmer. I think he got second.
Yep, and you called that right as the result is confirmed there for you. 43.38 Scott Coventry, just ahead of James Hill, with Nathan Musgrove taking third. On to heat 5, and Danny Chim goes in 1, Chet Roberts in 2, Oliver Bingham in 3, Adam Baker, in 4 rather, Adam Baker in 5, Bradley Newman in 6, Hayden Kiddie in 7, and Morgan Evans in 8. Chet Roberts going in lane 3, lane 2 in fact is empty. Good start on the near side. Aberavon's Morgan Evans in the green cap there at the bottom of your screen. Starting to challenge him in lane 4, Adam Baker of Aquabears, and beside him, City of Leeds, in fact that is City of Leeds swimmer, Oliver Bingham, Chet Roberts beside him. These three coming in very close, but it is Morgan in lane 8 who takes the honours, 44.57. Nice 2-second improvement for the boy from Aberdeen.
Yeah, Aberavon swim out of Ceredigion, and really, really good swim there by Morgan Evans. A really good programme up there actually as well.
Oliver Bingham second and Chet Roberts third in that one. As we move quickly on to heat 6, we have Ben Omnett in 1, Jacob Goodman in 2, Johan Francis Jones in 3, Advait Apadjaya in 4, Connor Walsh in 5, Nathaniel Harries in 6, George Cowan in 7, and Jake Scott in 8. Lane 2, Sevenoaks Jacob Goodman is really pushing on hard here, and another good swim out of lane 8 as well, and that's Jake Scott, and he's challenging for second, but he's not going to get close to Jacob here. This is a terrific swim from the Sevenoaks boy, 40.03, and that is far and away the fastest we've seen so far, and another huge improvement, 5 seconds this time. So terrific stuff from him. Jake Scott taking second, and it was Johan Francis Jones in third as we see them coming out, and the summary there not yet into place order. And now it is Jacob Goodman first, Jake Scott second, and Johan Francis Jones in third. So it could be a while before somebody beats that 40.03 as we go down these faster heats. Heat 7, Tom Wilton in 1, Matthew Kenneth in 2, Joshua Curtis in 3, Tyler Hartles in 5, Joseph Robbins in 6, Morgan Elliott in 7, and Matthew Phillips in 8. So no swimmer in lane 4 in this one. We've seen a lot of good swims so far this morning out of lane 8, and we're seeing another one here, Matthew Phillips of City of Sunderland. Wearing a white cap with the red S on it, as opposed to the blue cap with the white S for Swansea. The two cities both having strong meets here. Lane 2 going very nicely. That is the lead swimmer Matthew Kenneth, and he came through to take it there, 42.01. Matthew Phillips in second place, 42.36, and Joseph Robbins third. There's the Leeds boy out, and there is the summary of the result. Matthew Kenneth, Matthew Phillips, and Joseph Robbins.
Yeah, just going back to what you're saying there about the Sunderland cap and the big S in it. They've a lot of swim clubs put a lot of actual money and grant funding into their actual logos and branding, and it's a big part of swimming club culture at the moment, making sure they've got the right brand out there to be identifiable to Joe Public.
And certainly you have no problem recognising the Swansea boys and girls. As we move on to Heat 8, Joshua Loney in 1, Lewis Cherniak in 2, Kelvin Davies in 3, Ryan Lynham in 4, Kyle Booth in 5, Harry Way in 6, Will Miles in 7, and Aidan Moore in 8. Lane 6 going very nicely here. That is Chepstow's Harry Way. And over on the far side, talking about Swim Swansea cap, there's one. Joshua Loney is wearing it, and he's going to take this one, I think. I think that's our first victory out of lane 1 this morning, and a terrific time. I said it might be a while before 40.03 was broken, but it wasn't that long, in fact, because that was another huge improvement there. So Joshua Loney, a gold medalist, of course, in the 100 breaststroke, so I guess we shouldn't have been surprised about that, but a big improvement on his entry time. So on to Heat 9, no swimmer in lane 1. So in lane 2 we've got Rowan Griffiths, Blair Watritt in 3, Jacob Cook in 4, Owen Elliott in 5, Benjamin Rayner in 6, Cadol Daffyd in 7, and Evan Price in 8. So this is a much closer one. The lead swimmer, Benjamin Rayner, another very recognisable cap, so I guess that branding point well made there. And Birmingham as well, distinctive in lane 2 with Rowan Griffiths, and I think it might be Rowan who's just going to edge it. The Dumfries boy coming up strongly, but not quite in time to take it. It's Rowan Griffiths, 39.93. Just behind him, Blair Watritt of Dumfries, and in 3rd place, Benjamin Rayner of Leeds.
Yeah, the second heat there to go below the 40-second barrier. Apart from Joshua Loney, 38.02. Rowan Griffiths, the only other to go underneath that so far.
So keep an eye on that. On to Heat 10, and we have Daniel Evans in 1, Dennis Cousins in 2, Lewis Smart in 3, David Owen in 4, Kaz Pelders in 5, Owen Knowles in 6, and Christopher Hooper in 7. Lane 6, Owen Knowles of Dorking is looking good over on the far side. Another Swansea swimmer, Daniel Evans, and beside him the amphibians swimmer Dennis Cousins, and they're certainly right up there, and I think it's going to be another Swansea boy who takes it out of lane 1, and it is Daniel Evans, 38.20, just 18 hundredths behind his teammate from 2 heats ago, Joshua Loney. So another good swim there, comfortably under that magic 40 seconds, as was Dennis Cousins, 38.68, and Lewis Smart in 3rd, 38.94. So in fact, 5 of those 7 swimmers getting under 40 seconds there, all with entry times above it, so good work. A nice view there across the gallery to the start. And off they go for Heat 11. Dominic Indergood in 1, Niall Dunn in 2, Jacob Coleman in 3, Ben Johnson in 4, James Bilbao in 5, Matthew Emerson in 6, Jake Lambert in 7, and Ethan Ryland in 8. And Ethan Ryland in lane 8 from Bebington in the white cap is looking good here. Here comes the Sevenoaks swimmer Matthew Emerson. Guess another with a very distinctive cap with that big 7 on it. Is he going to take it? No, Ethan just holds on, 37.11. That's our new fastest time. So nice swimming. The outside lanes are smoking today, to coin a pretty awful phrase. Matthew Emerson in 2nd there, and Jacob Coleman 3rd. And there's a nice shot of that Sevenoaks on the back of their coach. So just shows that point well made there, Mark, about the distinctive logos. On on to Heat 12. David Wilson in 1, Jordan Dodd in 2, Jack Boniface in 3, James Gilley in 4, Benjamin Lewis in 5, Kyle Job in 6, Aaron Harrison in 7, and Jake Sykes in lane 8.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the swim with James Gilley. I think it was yesterday or the day before. James had a really good race, so he's looking confident again in lane 4.
Yeah, that was in the 200 IM. Of course, breaststroke's such an important part of that. And he's locked in a big battle here with Benjamin Lewis. And it's Benjamin who just nudges it. 34.99, so under 35 seconds there. So we are getting pretty tasty here. Second place is James Gilley, 35.11, with Jordan Dodd taking third. So the Welsh Independent just being touched out there, but I'm sure he'll be into a slot in the final with that time 35.11, second fastest so far, just behind Benjamin. So moving on to Heat 13, we've got Callum Mitchell in 1, Jack Scoos in 2, Joe Stott in 3, Simon Scully in 4, Richard Mawson in 5, Gareth Haberfield in 6, Daniel Currams in 7, and Alex Hadley in lane 8. Lane 6, Gareth Haberfield of first. Not seen too much of the first swimmers this morning, but Gareth is putting that right. He's up by about a body length from lead swimmer Richard Mawson. And Gareth looking impressive there, 34.26. So again, we've upped the pace there. Gareth entered 37.62, so another big PB. What did these guys have for breakfast? I want some of that.
Yeah, another really good swim by Gareth there. Second fastest, sorry, third, or maybe even the fourth fastest of the heat so far, but some really good swims, and Gareth there, fantastic swim.
So Richard Mawson second, Jack Scoos third in that one as we move to the final heat. And in this one, we've got Joshua Bedford-Eatwell in 1, David Nichols in 2, Billy Hunt in 3, Samuel Johnson in 4, Ethan Brown in 5, Ellis Lawson in 6, Dan Elkin in 7, and Nathan Lana in 8. Well, this one is going to be much closer. There's about 5 or 6 of the swimmers all in with a shot of this one. Starting to emerge, though, is Welshpool's Billy Hunt in lane 3 in the silver cap. And in the end, he takes it by about 1.5 meters, 34.27, just 100th away from Gareth Haberfield's time. So, well, sets us up very nicely for this evening. Second, Samuel Johnson, and in third place, Joshua Bedford-Eatwell. I know, Mark, you were doing the social networking and photography work yesterday evening, but you must have been impressed with the quality of finals yesterday evening.
Yeah, really exciting. I've actually had the privilege of being poolside and obviously giving out a few medals, but also doing a bit of Twitter stuff as well and Facebook. So yeah, it was really exciting to be down there and feel the atmosphere poolside. It was quite electric last night.
And I'm pretty sure we're going to have more of the same this evening. Certainly, if these heats are anything to go by, these swimmers are on excellent form and are going to have everything on the line when we get back this evening. Still much more to come, of course, here. We're only early into these heat sessions still as we move on to the girls 50 breaststroke, and we're going to have 15 heats of this one. Just a little pause as we prepare for them. So I'm sure we'll be underway with that pretty soon. Our officials just checking something out, not sure what it is. I think our swimmers look to be there. Certainly I can see 3 swimmers. The start sheet shows 4, so maybe we're missing one. that they'll not wait for them. They have to go to the call room at the right time. That's part of the discipline of competitive swimming.
Yeah, I know they're really, really sort of strict on that here at the national pool as well. So swimmers have a responsibility as well to turn up on time for their races.
And it looks like we are missing one of the 4 swimmers, so 3 now ready to go. And those 3 are Fiona Millen in 3, Fiz Harper in 5, and Lauren Evans in 6. Entry times here, all just over 50 seconds. Fiz Harper and Lauren Evans side by side in lanes 5 and 6. And it is Fiz Harper of Chepstow who has just pulled away in the second half of this race. So Fiz by name, and she fizzed in the pool. Sorry about that. 45.98.
Like that, Duncan.
Tweet us if you think that was a lousy joke. I dare say that Fiz Harper has heard that one before, so I have to apologise to the good folks of Chepstow. Anyway, 45.98. She'll be delighted with that swim, 5 seconds inside her entry time.
Just to mention about Twitter, we've had some really good tweets from different swimming clubs and retweets from other personnel as well. So please do get in touch at Swim Wales. That's at Swim Wales. And also today, please do hashtag any tweets you send us with BGSN. That's British Gas Summer Nationals, BGSN. I'll try and read a few out as well, Duncan, if I get a chance. But we'll keep an eye on that.
Yep, we'd love to hear from you, and we will certainly use them. Mark has got an eagle eye on it. So if he goes quiet for a bit, you'll know he's checking it out, or else he's tweeting himself, one of the two. So there's just another wee pause before we get going with Heat 2. Everyone just admiring Fiz Harper's swim from that previous one. And we're ready to go once again. So on to Heat 2, Bethan Jones in 1, Georgina Withers-Bolsh in 3, Aisha Walters in 4, Emily Morris in 5, Shivani Prakash in 6, Olivia John in 7, and Kenzie Selway in lane 8. Well, we saw her at a very tight first half in the previous heat, and we're seeing another one here. See if it stays that way as they go into the second half. Lanes 4 and 5, I think, leading this one now. That's Aisha Walters and Emily Morris, Merthyr and Bridgend, respectively. Not far behind them on the near side, Kenzie Selway of Caerphilly. Not heard too much of the Caerphilly club over the week, but a good swim from Kenzie for them. Just behind the leading two, Aisha Walters, who takes it 47.28, and Emily Morris second, 47.68. Kenzie their third, 48.59. As the swimmers start to make their way out of the pool. There is the blue-capped winner, and there is her time, 47.28 for Aisha, Emily 47.68, Kenzie 48.59. So straight on to Heat 3. Sophie Davies in 1, Alicia Sulaku in 2, Jenna Murdoch in 3, Brianna Maisie in 4, Matilda Neal in 5, Ellie Horton in 6, Jessica Rayner in 7, and Georgia Hollings in lane 8. Ellie Horton in lane 6 of Chepstow. So Chepstow having a good little run here after Fiz Harper's good swim in the first heat. Here comes her teammate Ellie Horton. Entry time for her 49.06.
Yeah, it's going to be a very good time here.
Wow, 42.24. So straight away we're getting up into some tasty times. Great stuff. 7 seconds nearly inside her entry time. Second, I think, Matilda Neal, but quite a long way back, 46.66. And third place in lane 8, Georgia Hollings, 47.23. That result not yet sorted into finish order, but you could, hopefully you could work it out as you looked at it. On to Heat 4, Hannah Johns, Celtic Dolphins in 1, Naomi Watkins in 2, Kayla Lawson in 3, Tia Ward in 4, Megan Black in 5, Megan Griffiths in 6, Liv Howley in 7, Kerry Spacey in 8. Now, close affair here. Swansea swimmer Megan Black in lane 5, beside her Birmingham's Megan Griffiths. Lane 3 up there as well, Kayla Lawson of Modernians. A number of others pretty close, Tia Ward, Naomi Watkins. But I think it's going to be the Birmingham girl in lane 6 who takes it. Megan Griffiths, 44.05. With a name like that, I assume, Mark, that you're claiming her as a Welsh girl?
I wish, but I think obviously from Birmingham, Megan Griffiths, and maybe some ancestral links there to Wales, I don't know.
We need to investigate that if she continues her progression in particular. So a nice swim from her. Kayla Lawson second and Tia Ward taking third. Moving up to Heat 5. Nia Jordan goes in 1, Harriet Gordon in 2, Maisie Black in 3, Sophie McDonnell in 4, Hestia Jewell in 5, Jessica Teal in 6, Kate Raby in 7, and Grace Miles in 8. Fairly close this one. Lane 8, Grace Miles, another Chepstow swimmer going well. But over in lane 2, I think it's another Birmingham swimmer who is making the running, Harriet Gordon, and she is just pulling away now. It's funny how in the first half sometimes they're all together and then suddenly in the second half somebody emerges, and that's what Harriet has done. So she is very impressive there and ups the bar a little bit more with a new fastest time, 42.10, just a tenth faster than Ellie Horton from a couple of heats ago. So well done to Harriet, some 5 seconds again inside her entry time. Hestia Jewell taking second and Kate Raby third. How do they do this, setting these big PBs? Do you think they're maybe slightly old entry times? You would think they'd get fairly current entry times. I
think we've seen that throughout the event as well. I've seen lots of big PBs, 4, 5, 6 seconds, sometimes even bigger than that. So yeah, there could be older entry times from what they've done before.
Either way, it's impressive. As we move on to Heat 6, Emily Dobbing in 2, Mia Board in 3, Ella Cowan in 4, Robin Brown in 5, Arabella Haley in 6, Abigail Smith in 7, and Alicia Job in 8. Lane 6, Arabella Haley of Thames County, I think maybe just has her nose in front in this one from Abigail Smith of Littlehampton in lane 7, and the Leeds girl Ella Cowan in lane 4, but Thames County are going to be the victors here in the form of Arabella Haley, 42.99. Another nice improvement there. 3.5 seconds or so. Ella Cowan, the Leeds girl, taking second, 44.80, ahead of Littlehampton's Abigail Smith.
Been some great swims from Pembrokeshire County, and I know Paul Dowie down there will be absolutely delighted with that. He's not here today, but he's been keeping an eye on Twitter, and he'll be delighted with that swim and the way they're performing over the last few days as well.
Yeah, and I think you could say a lot of the same comments about a number of these Welsh programmes this week, so lots of hard work going on in Wales in the swimming pool. Anna Vickery in Heat 7, Lane 1, Demi Evans in 2, Lucy Omnett in 3, Rebecca Clines in 4, Chloe Davis in 5, Lucy Hanford in 7, and Morven Adams in Lane 8. This is a close one. Lane 1 is Anna Vickery of Coventry, and Lane 4 from Leeds, Rebecca Clines. I think it'll be between these two. I think maybe the Coventry girl is going to edge it. She does. 41.75. So again, the bar is raised. Well done to Anna there, the 11-year-old from Coventry. Rebecca Klein second, 42.44. Lucy Omnett third, 42.91. So about halfway through this girls 50 breaststroke, moving on to heat 8 out of 15. And in this one we have Victoria Gnant in 1, Fionn Thomas in 2, Bethan Chadwick in 4, Catherine Russell in 5, Chloe Parker-Mead in 6, Abby Calvert in 7, and Clara Gill-Pratt in 8. So a plethora of yellow caps. Clara's from Canterbury, Abby Calvert and Catherine Russell from Leeds, and they're all up there. Victoria Gnant also from Leeds on the far side. But it's going to be lane 7, I think. Abby Calvert taking this one. 41.31. Still the PBs coming through thick and fast. That one about 2.8 seconds from Abby, the 11-year-old from Leeds. And there's the scoreboard. Still in lane order. Abby Calvert there, second from the bottom. 41.31. Catherine Russell second, and Clara Gill-Pratt in third. Heat 9, Morgan Watts in 1, Ala O'Rourke in 2, Evie Hafner in 3, Georgina Ward in 4, Maddie Morgan in 5, Katie Hicks in 6, India Ford in 7, Jessie Walters in lane 8. So yellow caps certainly to the fore in this event. This time it's Clantrasant's Jessie Walters at the bottom. Beside her, the Swansea girl, India Ford. Well, pretty much 7 of the 8 swimmers coming down in a line here, so let's see who gets this one. Ala O'Rourke in lane 2, maybe. Yes, it is. With a very good finish, just nicking it by 100th, in fact, in the end, from Morgan Watts beside her in lane 1. So good swimming from both of those girls. Just a 10th back on the previous heat, a nice PB of just under 2 seconds. Morgan Watts there taking second, 41.42, and Georgina Ward third, 41.81, just ahead of, you can see a tie for fourth there, Katie Hicks and Maddie Morgan. On to heat number 10. Shake goes in lane 1, Hella Davis in 2, Zina Paniagua Gutierrez in 3, Cara Bird in 4, Tamsin Wilmshurst in 5, Abigail Rylance in 6, Barney Boswell in 7, Kimmy Buchanan in lane 8. Good start from the lead girl in lane 3, Zina Paniagua Gutierrez. Then on the near side of the pool, Marnie Boswell of Cardiff and Kimmy Buchanan of First. So they're the 3, I think, who are leading it, but it's the Leeds girl, Zina Paniagua Gutierrez. Good swim from her. In the end, pretty convincing victory, and a first swim under 40 seconds. We knew that was coming pretty soon with the way these girls have been swimming, and it was the Leeds 11-year-old who was first to do it. A 3-second improvement for her. Zina there, 39.56. Second was Marnie Boswell, 40.74. And Kimmy Buchanan in third, 41.13. Moving to heat 11. There's 6 swimmers in this one. We've got Amy McCrosty in 2, Ellie Sace in 3, Rosie Llewellyn in 4, Rhiannon Bowen in 5, Samantha Allen in 6, and Katie Taylor in 7. Another pretty close affair here. Lane 5, maybe just edging into the lead. That is Keynshams Rhiannon Bowen, but not far behind her. Ellie Sace in 3, Rosie Llewellyn, and also Amy McCrosty. It is Rhiannon who takes it, 40.25. So that was Rhiannon Bowen. Amy McCrosty with a nice finish there to just take second, 40.58. Ellie Sace third. Just the swimmers clearing the pool there. And there's your summary. Rhiannon Bowen, Amy McCrosty, Ellie Sace. 1, 2, 3. And to heat 12, Charlotte Gibbs in 1, Charlie Lee Evans in 2, Amber Owen in 3, Megan Bannon in 4, Abigail Jack in 5, Natasha Cook in 6, Lucy Allen in 7, Emily Johnson in 8. Looking very strong in lane 7 is Lucy Allen. To a number of the 13-year-olds making their appearance now. Lucy, one of them, the bronze medalist in the 100 breaststroke. And she is going to take this one in a pretty convincing style, coming in 38 seconds dead. So fastest we've seen, and that sets the standard for the cycle seeded heat. Only 2 swimmers with faster entry times than that. 38.69, Amber Owen taking second, and then Emily Johnson just in third. And of course in the young age groups, 4 gold medals for her. Apologies about all those faces that you see as we look at the scoreboard. But we chance for you to star in our coverage. We don't really recommend it though. Heat 13. Again, we've got some empty lanes in this one. In the centre lanes, 5 and 6. So 6 swimmers going. Charlotte Rigg in 1. Kira Schlossen in 2. Lucy Gerard in 3. Eva Vickery in 4. Abby Holyoke in 7. And Hannah Denny in lane 8. In lane 4, Eva Vickery of Coventry. 13-year-old. Is going to take this one. So 38 seconds the fastest so far, but that is faster. 37.03 for the girl from Coventry. Improves by half a second on her entry time. Second, Lucy Gerard, 38.52. You'll see Eva leaving the pool there. And there is confirmation of her win, 37.03, Lucy Gerard second, and Kira Schlossen third. 2 more heats. Chloe Watmore goes in 1, in heat 14, Helena Spoger Ward in 2, Sophie McCallum in 3, year-old looking good here. She takes it by about a metre, 37.08, just 500ths away from Eva Victory's time from the previous heat. Ayana Lawson just behind her, 37.63, with Sophie McCallum, the 200 breaststroke gold medalist, third in that heat, 38.31. So last of these sprints, we can take it a little more easy, I guess, when we get to 200 free, but one more to go here before we have that. Looking for maybe a fast one here to just maybe get under 37 seconds. That would be nice to see, to just cap us off. And the swimmers trying to do that. Hazel Fox in 1, Isabella Berlin in 2, Megan Nicholas in 3, Charlotte Walters in 4, Bethany Carter in 5, Katie McKenzie in 6, Charlotte Nestor in 7, and Jade Adams in 8. Charlotte Walters, the winner in the 100 breaststroke, is looking strong there in a lane 4 swim Flensburg girl. Lane 7 in second, Charlotte Nestor of Wigan.
You could go below 37 yet.
Yeah, comfortably below 35.81. So Charlotte will be looking for the 50 and the 100 breaststroke double, and you wouldn't bet against her based on that performance. Over a second faster than anybody we've seen, and very impressive there, under control all the way down, and looking good. Isabella Berlin second, and Megan Nicholas third. Oh, in fact, actually that's not correct, that's still in lane order. So Charlotte Walters there, as you can see, first, Charlotte Nestor in fact second, Isabella Berlin in third. And say hi to some of these people walking up and down the stairs as we have a shot of the scoreboard there. As we said, it has been very, very busy this morning. It might just quieten down a little bit now we're done with the 50s, but certainly it's been all action all the way so far this morning. On to 200 freestyle then, and we've got 10 heats for the 15 to 18 boys. And we've got, counting through, looks like 6 swimmers in heat 1. So in lane 1 it's Richard Healy of Church Dragons, 2 is Matthew Dickinson of Swim Swansea, 3 Adam Musgrove of Clantrison, 4 Ross Haynes of Newport, 5 Daniel Jones, City of Cardiff, and 6 Kyle McGovern of Abertillery. So an all Welsh field in this first heat, 2:20 to 2:24 entry times. So I think this is our first look at 200 freestyle in these championships. So what's the best way to swim 200 free?
I think, you know, it's a progression really. You know, you don't want to go off too fast. You know, it depends whether you want to stamp your thoughts during the race as well. Some coaches and some swimmers might have a different tactic to come into the race with. As you can see in lane 2, Matthew Dickinson from this pool, from Swim Swansea, he's gone off really fast, but it's also a certain stamina race as well, and you've got to make sure you got enough in the tank for the last 50.
Yeah, we saw some interesting tactics in the 200s and the 400s yesterday, with some swimmers absolutely blitzing the first half and then hanging on for grim death, and others pacing it a little more cautiously maybe, and looking to really push on in the closing stages. And for certain swimmers, both tactics worked.
I used to be one of those swimmers who used to fade throughout the whole race, so that's why I never went to the standard, which maybe I thought I could have. But you know, I think some of these swimmers have got really good prospects about them as well, and you know, some of the standard of coaching, and I know we mentioned about Welsh programs before. Some of those standards and some of the programs and performance centres which are up and running currently are absolutely fantastic as we look at an all Welsh field.
So it's the Swansea swimmer Matthew Dickinson. He did go off hard, but he's had no problem holding it as he comes in lane 2. Entry time for him 2:22.98, so takes a good slug off that, 2:14.10. What's that, nearly 9 seconds. So should be happy enough with that. Adam Musgrove coming in second, 2:17.60 ahead of Ross Haynes. As we see the swimmers just relaxing. Looks like a little bit of discussion about that race going on there. And there's the summary of the result. Heat 2, once again there are 6 swimmers here. Luke Robbins in 2 for Llantrisant. His teammate Gethin Dibbin in 3. Cardiff's Christopher Whitaker in 5. Stephen Waite of Newport in 6. Lewis Clare of Llantrisant in 7. And Tom Way of Chepstow in lane 8. So entry times here 2:18 to 2:20. So you've been standing at the blocks, you've just seen the previous heat go in 2:14. You know that's faster than your entry time. Do you pay any attention to that?
I actually don't know, because I know we spoke about the entry times before, saying they could be potentially a bit older. And I think Matthew Dickinson in the last race went 9 seconds under below his entry time. So I'm not sure how actually old these entry times are, but you know, I'm sure these boys will want to improve on that. And it looks like Gethin Dibbin from Llantrisant is having a good swim in 2 with his club colleague Luke Robbins just on his shoulder there as well.
I guess the last thing you want to have is to feel overawed by what's happened before, so probably best not to look, I would think. But anyway, it's
that's a good piece of advice.
The 2 Llantrisant swimmers over in lane 3 and lane 2 there in the yellow caps at the top of your picture, with third place past the empty lane, Christopher Whitaker of City of Cardiff. And looks like it's closing up a little bit between the 2 boys, Gethin and Luke. See if Luke can mount an attack, or maybe Christopher Whitaker as well. He's not too far away, but still it is Gethin Dibbin in lane 3. He's got about a meter's advantage with 20 meters to go. Being pushed though, but just about hanging on, I think, with 10 meters to go. He's coming under a bit more pressure now. So Gethin Dibbin is really being pushed by Luke Robbins here, but just does enough to hold on. 2:15.27 and 2:15.52. Must have felt Luke breathing down his neck there in the end there.
Yeah, good bit of club rivalry there between the 2 Llantrisant boys.
Yep, the 17-year-old just holding off the 15-year-old, as you see confirmed there on your screen. Gethin first, Luke second, with Christopher Whitaker third, 2:17.27. And on to heat 3 and a full pool this time. We've got Kai Green of Novio Cigar in 1, Owen Bevan of City of Cardiff in 2, Grant Davis of Llantrisant in 3, Carl Smith, City of Leeds in 4, Debbie Pittman of Torvine Dolphins in 5, Joshua Hillman of Rotherham Metro in 6, Jack Talentire, City of Sunderland in 7, and Stephen Davies of Wrexham in lane 8.
Another Llantrisant boy there's gone off well in lane 3. Grant Davis.
Yep, Grant, 16-year-old. Wanted to continue the good work from Gethin and Luke in the previous heat. There's 3 in a line on the near side, not too far back from him. Joshua Hillman, Jack Talentire and Stephen Davies, but it is very much Grant though as they come to the halfway. Fastest halfway split 1:03.67 so far, but this is faster, 1:01.56. Couple of seconds inside the previous splits. Merging into second place, Jack Talentire in lane 7. But he's, what, 2 to 3 meters back on Grant Davies. Grant with a 2:15 dead entry time. Knows a meet organizer. I was always suspicious about whole second entry times. Want to check them, but I guess it's as likely as any other 2 digits. And I'm sure that 2:15 will be a time they'll be looking to improve on here, and I think is scheduled to do that. Though Jack Talentine now has had a strong second half, and he's right there now with Grant Davies as they come down the final length, and I think it might be the Sunderland swimmer who's going to take this one. Jack really pushing on in the second half. We talked about that tactic, and it's worked for Jack. He comes in 2:10.12, so very nearly getting under 2:10 there. That's a good swim there. And Grant Davies does improve on his 2:15 entry time that we talked about. 2:11.25 for him, with Carl Smith third, 2:11.62. Nice one from Jack there from the City of Sunderland programme. And the scoreboard confirming his win there from Grant Davies and Carl Smith. So moving on to Heat 4, Zaid Abdul Majid of Bridgend in 1, Samuel Matthews of Stourbridge in 2, Ross Shaw Borough of Kirklees in 3, Connor Green of Novio Cigar in 4, Adam Chillingworth of Street in 5, David Flanagan City of Cardiff in 6, and Ruthins Matthew Thomas in 7. So lane 4 is always the lane occupied by the swimmer with the fastest entry time. We haven't seen too many wins out of lane 4 in recent heats, certainly, but Connor Green is looking to try and put that right this time.
Yeah, Connor from Novia Cigar down in Carmarthenshire. They'll be happy with this swim so far. Austin Shortman, the head coach down there, obviously he's not here today, but some of the other coaches are, and they'll be encouraging Connor on.
4 swimmers about 1.5 metres back on him, led I think by lane 6, David Flanagan of City of Cardiff, and it is Connor 1:02.88 at the halfway mark. Looks like maybe he could come under attack in the second half. There's certainly a number of swimmers lined up not far behind him and starting to close him down now, particularly coming up lane 5, and that is Adam Chillingworth of Street, and beside him the Cardiff boy we were talking about, that is David Flanagan. So these 3 now, don't discount Zaid Abdul Majid also in lane 1, but he's got a lot of work to do in the final length if he is to be up with the last top 3.
Yeah, so Adam Chillingworth has, I think, just taken over the lead there just slightly.
But a nice response from Connor there, yeah. Connor Green, and he has seen the threat.
Oh, brilliant.
He has reacted really well there, showed another pace for the last 20 metres, and in the end takes it by a body length. We'll be happy with the way he responded there, I would have thought.
Fantastic response there, just in the middle section of that last 50. Superb response.
So entered on 2:13.14, takes 2 seconds off that, 2:11.34. Adam Chillingworth, who maybe thought he was going to take that one, has to settle for second. You see there in lane 5, and in third place David Flanagan, 2:13.96 for David. On to Heat 5, Ryan Beckerleg, Pembs County in 1, Guto Williams of Swem Gwynedd in 2, Christopher Wall of First in 3, Matthew Sullivan of Warrington in 4, James Stephen of First in 5, Max Granger of Aquasulis in 6, and Taliesin Davis of Oswestry in lane 8. Lanes 5 and 6 turning pretty much together, James Stephen and Max Granger. And not far away from them, Taliesin Davis on the near side in the red cap. Looks like it's maybe James Stephen who is starting to emerge into the lead. The swimmer from First has about 1.5 metres advantage now, coming to halfway. 1:01.56, our fastest split so far at halfway. We're getting close to the minute now, just over it, 1:00.35. And that was James Stephen by about a second and a half at halfway, and continuing to look strong as they settle into the third length. Moving up in lane 3 is Christopher Wall, his first colleague, and over in lane 1, Ryan Beckerleg of Pembs County, but they're battling for second and third. James Stephen doesn't look as though he's going to be threatened in this one as he heads for home. We have seen some late charges before, but at the moment I'm not sure that's going to happen this time. It is still Max Granger holding second in lane 6, but he's about 3-4 meters back on James. James's entry time 2:11, fastest so far 2:10.12. I think this is going to be the new fastest time. It is 2:07.20. 4 seconds of an improvement for James. Second, Max Granger 2:10.55, also a second and a half inside his entry time. And Christopher Wall confirmed there in third place, 2:11.81 for him, exactly on his submitted entry time. You don't see that too often. There is James, puffing a bit, just contemplating what he just did. Heat 6, Samuel Wilde of Mould in 1, Thomas Hitchin of Hereford in 2, Alexander Macaulay of Sevenoaks in 3, William Riley of Newport in 4, Matthew Holland of Wolverhampton in 5, Adam Horton of Stourbridge in 6, Daniel Thomas of Pembs County in 7, Andrew Kleinhorn of Bevington in lane 8. Well, look at Thomas Hitchin, the Hereford swimmer, go in lane 2. So we talked about swimmers who go off early. That's what Thomas has done. Let's see if he can build on it. Lane 6, Adam Horton of Stourbridge in second place, just ahead of Andrew Kleinhorn in lane 8. But the Hereford boy, 16-year-old Thomas Hitchin, about 4 meters up at halfway, 58.03. So we've ducked under the minute now for the 100 split.
Yeah, Thomas Hitchin looking really, really comfortable there in lane 2. He's got a very natural sort of stroke to him as well, which, you know, very little splashing around, very natural stroke, breathing outside, mainly out of the left side of the mouth at the moment, and he's taking a turn, he's going left and right. Fantastic swimming though.
And showing certainly no sign of tying up at all here as he turns for home, 1:31.07, so around about a 33-second split there. So another of those would be 2:04, entered 2:10. So let's see if he can really drive this one home now. Maybe just tying up slightly down this last lane as lane 6 and 8. Adam Horton and Andrew Kleinhorn having the battle for second and maybe closing in now, particularly Andrew Kleinhorn on the near side. He's having a good last length here. He's not going to catch Thomas, but he's certainly pushing on well. Thomas Hitchin then is going to take it. He does hold his pace pretty well, 2:05.08. That strategy certainly worked for him with a 5-second improvement. And a brave swim there from lane 2. Andrew Kleinhorn really pushed on hard down that last length, and he gets a nice PB as his reward, 2:07.36. And in third place, William Riley with a strong finish, 2:09. Well, in fact, that's changed now. Adam Horton just credited with third, 2:08.90. On to heat 7. Samuel Withers of Pembs County in 1, Aaron Pullen of Ealing in 2, Mitchell Walmsley of Wigan Best in 3, then 3 of Cardiff's Best, Michael Gray in 4, Joey Smith in 5 and Hugh Brown in 6, all City of Cardiff, with Thomas Gabb of Millfield in lane 7.
think we also have Torwee. Oh, sorry, yeah, Torley's not there, is he? No, sorry, apologies.
So in lane 4, one of those 3 City of Cardiff swimmers, Michael Gray. It looks very smooth there. Quite an easy, slow stroke rate, but obviously very powerful. And he's got about a meter's advantage on Ealing's Aaron Pullen, going through just under the minute, 59.98. So I think we probably would expect sub-minute splits from here on in. Aaron Pullen, the 15-year-old, looking good in lane 2. Of course, the younger of the 2 age groups that we're swimming here is 15-16, so both these leaders in that age group, 16-year-old Michael Gray and Aaron Pullen, the 15-year-old. There's an important phone call going on there, but we move past them, and you can see the 2 of the swimmers absolutely together there at the 150 turn, just 800ths apart. So let's see if Michael can hold off Aaron down this last length. At the moment, I think he is. There's a number of swimmers also looking interested in this one. Thomas Gabb, the Millfield swimmer, we've seen some good swims of him over the week. Also lane 3 coming up, Mitchell Walmsley and Samuel Withers in lane 1. So this is all grouping up now, and it's going to be very, very close indeed. Looks like maybe lane 3, Mitchell Walmsley. What a finish from him. He sneaks it to 06.01, the Wigan best swimmer. Best by name, and in that one, best in the pool. Sorry, another poor one. I need to cut these out. Aaron Pullen second, Michael Gray third. Heat 8 now. We have Finlay Lawless Coombs in 1 for City of Leeds, Alex Rosser, Torvine Dolphins in 2, Joel Allen, City of Leicester in 3, Thomas Sinclair of Aquasulis in 4, Braden Hartles of Birmingham in 5, Owen Leary of Bridgend in 6, and Matthew Price of Torvine Dolphins in lane 8. So we're starting to see a few empty lanes, so swimmers maybe just being a bit tactical and maybe taking out some swims if they're getting tired, or maybe picking up a few niggles.
Yeah, you know, we've had some swimmers who've done multiple disciplines over the last few days. Some might just be targeting other races, some might actually just miss their core times, you know, that sometimes happens.
Well, I would hope that's not happening here, but as you say, it does happen. Thomas Sinclair just with the advantage from Braden Hartles halfway, both in the 57s at the turn, so fastest splits we've seen, 57.29 to be precise for Thomas, and 57.63 for Braden Hartles. Braden getting a nice turn there and right alongside Thomas Sinclair coming out of it. These two with about 1.5 meters to spare on the swimmers either side of them, Joel Allen and Owen Leary. Looks like it'll be the 2 of them battling it down the final length unless there is a late charge. Tough to call it at this stage though, with 30 meters to go. Maybe just still Thomas Sinclair, the Aquasulis swimmer, in lane 4 in the dark cap, but right there still with him, Birmingham's Braden Hartles, and it's going to be close, this one. Braden is really pushing on as the 2 of them come to the wall. Who gets the touch? Braden does. 2:01.48, a 10th ahead of Thomas Sinclair. 2:01.59 with Owen Leary showing us third. So we're getting close to 2 minutes now. Still a couple of heats to go for maybe somebody to do it. The confirmation of the 1, 2, 3 there. Braden Hartles, Thomas Sinclair and Owen Leary as we move on to heat number 9 out of 10. So nobody missing in this one. Stefan Rhys-Morris in 1, Connor Lowry in 2, Lee McDonald in 3, Matthew Fairless in 4, Jonathan Orchard in 5, Owen Roberts in 6, Liam Noonan in 7, and Carl Taylor in lane 8. Stephen Morris and Connor Lowry off to a strong start at the top of your screens. Particularly lane 2, Connor Lowry from Sevenoaks. Another one not wearing that red Sevenoaks cap. He's got white on today. Obviously got a cap there he's comfortable in, and it's certainly going well with it. He's about a body length, a little bit more up as they come to halfway. So fastest split so far, 57.29. So not quite at that pace in this one, 58.44. So doubt we'll get under 2 minutes based on that split, unless something really remarkable happened in the second half.
Still very bunched field though for second, third, fourth, and in lanes 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 even, and 8, you know, all very bunched as anyone can really take it on the last turn into the last 50.
And Lee McDonald and Matthew Fairless in particular in lanes 3 and 4 look to be the ones who are doing that. I think they've gone past Connor Lowry now, and at the third turn it's Lee McDonald now has the advantage. So another one who's taken the tactic of saving his best till last, but he's not through this yet. Matthew Fairless is right there with him in lane 4, so the two of them again are going to give us a tight finish here, and Matthew Fairless is starting to look strong here, but it's going to be on the touch again. Let's see who gets this one. Matthew does just edge it, 2:00:35. Lee McDonald just behind him, 2:00:42. And Jonathan Orchard coming through for third, as Conor Lowry just fading and finding it tough at the end there. So the 1, 2, 3, Matthew Fairless, Lee McDonald and Jonathan Orchard. So in fact got very close to getting under 2 minutes there in the end. That was a very powerful second half from both Matthew and Lee. As we move to our final heat, James Ross of Warrington in 1, the Welsh Independent Harry Robinson in 2, Samuel Atkinson of Bolton Metro in 3, Alistair Richards of City of Cardiff in 4, Thomas Smith of Aquasulis in 5, Dylan Jones of Torvine Dolphins in 6, Kyron Wasnage swims Swansea in 7, and Dalton Reed of Wigan Best in lane 8. So the centre lanes right up there, lanes 5, Thomas Smith, Alistair Richards in 4. Alistair Richards, silver medalist in the 400 free, just pipped at the post there in a very, very tight contest, so I'm sure he will want to go one better in this 200. But it's James Ross. The Ross family have been impressive this week, and James has certainly done his part in that with 3 gold medals so far, including that 400 freestyle yesterday. So he's in the younger age group here, the 15-16s, and he is pushing it on very nicely. 2:05:55 entry time. Turning for the final time, just over the 1:30. Has a quarter of a second on Samuel Atkinson, and then half a second to Alistair Richards. I think maybe those two just maybe pushing past James now. As James, I'm pretty sure, will be a comfortable shoe-in for the 15-16 final based on this swim, but it's lane 3 now. Samuel Atkinson also, in fact, in that 15-16 age group, who's going to be first home here. It's a nice swim from him, 2:01:22. So if we are going to get on 2 minutes, we're going to have to wait for the finals to do it. They're certainly fairly close to it, these swimmers. Second, James Ross, 2:02:40. So those two will battle it again this evening in the 15-16 final. Alistair Richards, I'm sure, will be looking for a place in the 17-18 final with his third place time, 2:02:90. So that's us done with the boys 200 freestyle, but we go straight on to girls. And we've got 13 heats to come for the girls 14 to 18-year-olds. So 3 swimmers will go in the first of the 13 heats. And those 3 swimmers are Jasmine Newman of City of Cardiff, who goes in 3, Rhiann Kivy of Swim Swansea in 4, and Ellie Parks of Thames County in 5. So lanes 3 and 5. Are fairly close here at the first turn. Just lane 3 with the advantage. Jasmine Newman, 34.74. Not too far ahead of Ellie Parks. In fact, Ellie, I think maybe now has just gone into the lead in lane 5. The Thames County girl. Nothing in the entry times of these 3 girls. 2:31.2 up to 2:31.8. So any of the 3 really could take this, but at the moment it's lanes 3 and 5 who are dominating Jasmine and Ellie. Rhiann just 3 meters or so back. So halfway mark. And Jasmine Newman, in fact, can still hold on to it. 1:13.67. And coming out of that turn with about half a meter's advantage. Looks slightly more on the screen, but of course they're coming across at a bit of an angle. Get a slightly better view there, and it is, you can see, Jasmine, who's starting to open up more of a lead now in lane 3. She is about a body length up a little bit more. So she is looking strong here. The City of Cardiff swimmer heads for home in 1:52.68, so pacing about 39 seconds. So a little bit of mental mass suggests that she's going to be around her entry time of 2:31. If she really pushes on, maybe she can just go inside that. Certainly no doubt now that she's going to take the heat from Ellie Parks. Fairly well stretched out, the 3 girls now, as Jasmine leading it out in. And does improve on her entry time by a second, 2:30.51. Ellie Parks taking second. And coming in for third, Rhiann Kivy. So the Cardiff girl there, just looking up to see what's what. As we move on to heat number 2. And 6 swimmers nicely in shot for you there on the blocks, and going in Melissa Edmonds of Clantrasant in 2, Caris James of Thames County in 3, Rebecca Jennard of Harlock in 4, Carrie O'Rourke of Aberystwyth in 5, Brodie Allen Ridge of Abertillery in 6, and Elaine Jenkins of Swim Conwy in 7. Harlock girl Rebecca Jennard leading them through the first turn. Two white caps on her left-hand side now. Brodie Allen Ridge in 6, just ahead of Carrie O'Rourke in 5. And it's Brodie of Abertillery, the 14-year-old now, who is pushing it on, and maybe is just edging past Rebecca Jennard. Well, the 2 of them side by side, really, as they come to halfway. Let's see who gets the touch, and in fact it is Rebecca. A slightly tidier turn, I think, from Rebecca there, 1:08.32. And still nothing in it really between these 2, with About a 2 metre gap then to Carrie O'Rourke. 2:28 up to 2:30. The entry times here. And it is now very much lane 6, Brodie Allen Ridge, who has the advantage now, 1:45.77, so she is showing good strength down this final length. Judging her swim nicely. Clearly one who had a game plan and is executing it well. And I think it's going to be comfortably inside her entry time of 2:29. Rebecca Chennard not that far behind her in the end, but it is Brodie Allen Ridge who takes it 2:22.57. Nice 7-second improvement. Rebecca Chennard also comfortably inside her entry time as well, 2:23.32. And then third place, Carrie O'Rourke. Just in the end, couldn't live with the pace of the leading two, 2:27.23 for her. We should see that summarised any time now as the girls make their way out of the pool. So not doing over the top starts just at the moment. Not quite sure why. There is the summary. Still in lane order, so you can see there Brodie Allen Ridge second from the bottom, 2:22.57. Rebecca Chennard 2 above her, and in between Carrie O'Rourke. There, the 1, 2, 3. So on to heat 3, Rhiannon Vasey of Abertillery in 1, Laura McBride of Swim Conwy in 2, Amy Bond, City of Cardiff in 3, Rebecca Nelson, City of Cardiff in 4, Bethan Whiddon of Aquaveus in 5, Catherine Parsonage of Church Dragons in 6, Rebecca Evans, City of Cardiff in 7, and Livy Robson from Neath in lane 8. This one is shaping up to be a pretty close affair. Lane 8, off to a nice start. Livy Robson of Neath. Over in lane 1, Rhiannon Vasey of Abertillery. And then the other 6 pretty much in a line. Livy, I think, will get the touch in lane 8 in that black cap. 1:09.73. Swimmers now starting to come up alongside Rhiannon Vasey, challenging for second, particularly lane 3, Amy Bond of City of Cardiff. But a number of others not far back as well. Amy Bond maybe is the one who is making a move. See some coaches urging their swimmers on the side. Of course, an anxious time, these championships for coaches, as they want to see that their programs are working well and that the swimmers are responding when it matters. But this one is going to be close. Amy Bond in 3. Livy Robson in 8. Then just behind them, lane 6, Catherine Parsonage moved up into 3rd place, and in lane 4, Rebecca Nelson. But it's going to be Amy Bond who will take this one. 2:24.07 for her. 2.5 seconds improvement for her. Second was Livy Robson. So a good strong swim from her out of lane 8, 2:26.10. And 3rd place, Catherine Parsonage, 2:26.60. Nice hug there from the 2 Cardiff girls. Amy Bond and Rebecca Nelson. Rebecca in 4th, just behind the top 3. which is summarised for you now. Amy Bond, Livy Robson and Catherine Parsonage. So swimmers just being asked to come off the blocks. So clearly we're not quite ready for them. And the whistle goes again, so they can get back up again. Heat 4, Megan Williams swims Swansea in 1, Caris Oliver of Llantrisant in 2, Lucy Glover of Solihull in 3, Amy McQueen swims Swansea in 4, Jennifer Sharp, City of Sunderland in 5, Catherine Ross of Warrington in 6, Jordan Perkins, City of Leeds in 8. So Mark, talking to the coaches here, what is their mood? They must be pretty upbeat, I would think.
Yeah, I've been speaking to some of the coaches, obviously, who I know locally in obviously the West region of Wales, and yeah, they're happy. You know, I think Neil Golden from Neath and Di Thomas, Celtic Dolphins, and some of the PEMS guys as well, they've had some good swims this morning. I know Di was happy with an earlier swim from one of his swimmers from the Celtic Dolphins. So, yes, it's been good for some local talent, but also I think some of the swimming clubs which have come down here, notably obviously City of Leeds, Seven Oaks, and others, you know, Harrow as well, I remember, and some good swims. They've come down and really made an impression.
And making an impression is one of these visiting teams, Warrington's Catherine Ross, 105.42, so that's pushed the time on pretty well for the first half there, some 3 seconds faster than anything we've seen so far. Of course, the Ross clan from Warrington have been very prominent, particularly the two boys, James and Michael, but Catherine here doing her bit. We saw her in a final last night as well. And she is a long way clear here as they come to 150. Best of the rest, well, it's tied between lanes 1, 3 and 4. I think lane 4, Amy McQueen just touching in second place, but 5 seconds back on Catherine. So Catherine just needs to drive on now down this last length. Entry time for her was 2:25, so she'll be looking to take a fair margin off this, I would think, based on this swim so far. She's still about 5 meters up. There's a terrific battle going on for second. Amy McQueen, Lucy Glover and Megan Williams. But Catherine, very impressive swim there, 2:17.99 for her. So can't quite count, 7 seconds inside her entry time.
Got a joint second, I think, as well.
So there is Lucy Glover and Amy McQueen, both on 2:22.06, and Megan Williams only 100th back on that as well, so nearly had a 3-way tie for second there. So confirmation should come up onto your screen anytime now. Or maybe not, as we rapidly move on to the next heat, but take our words for it. 2:17.99, Catherine Ross, tie for second, Lucy Glover and Amy McQueen. So on to heat 5, we've got one empty lane. Once again, this time it's lane 5, so the swimmers in the pool: Stephanie Strang, Dundee City Aquatics in 1, Mari Chaplin of Wrexham in 2, Heather Lees of First in 3, Jodie Beddoe of Shrewsbury in 4, Lauren Palmer-Jones of Thanet in 6, Sadie Milton of Dover Life in 7, Holly Barnes of Harrow in 8. So Mark, my colleague, obviously needing some sustenance here. The banana just getting good going.
I missed my breakfast this morning trying to get into the car park, so.
Right, but refreshed and ready for more action. And providing it, Lauren Palmer-Jones in lane 6. Well, Thanet Girl turns 1:8.02. Saw a nice relay bronze medal from Thanet last night. Bit of carnage in that relay with the DQs, but Thanet won't worry about that because that got them the bronze medal. And of course, if you don't swim it legally, you don't deserve a medal.
Yeah, I think we had 3 in total, didn't we, in the the relays last night. I know the officials are very hot on that, so as you can see, the officials there, when they do the turn, you'll see them looking over the side of the pool, making sure that they're doing their turn correctly as well.
Of course, in freestyle, there's not a lot you can do wrong apart from miss the wall. At this level of swimming, I don't think you're going to see that. Lauren Palmer-Jones of Thanet still holding this one. Not completely clear, but I don't think anyone will catch her. Lanes 4, 7 and 8, the closest to her. Jodie Beddoe, Sadie Milton and Holly Barnes, but it will be the Thanet girl, Lauren Palmer-Jones, who will lead them in. Entered 2:24. She takes 3 seconds off that, 2:21.39. Second, Jodie Beddoe, just ahead of Holly Barnes, 2:23.17 and 2:23.35 respectively. Of course, you can see all these results on the Swim Wales website, swimwales.org. Just go to live results and it will all be there. But don't do that while we're transmitting, please, because we'd like to have your company. And still lots more to come here as we go into Heat 6 of the 13 that are up this morning in the girls 200 freestyle, with Molly Anderson of Swim Swansea in 1, Gemma Price of Newtown in 2, Emily Hall, Wigan Best in 3, Fionn Davis of Nexus Valley in 4, Tiffany Bachelet of East Lothian in 5, Swim Swansea's April Allen in 6, Kate Owen, Celtic Dolphins in 7, and Victoria Ward of Bromley in lane 8. Well, pretty competitive race this one. Not too much between any of the 8. And the outside lane's going nicely. Over on the far side of the pool, Molly Anderson, Gemma Price, I think are 1 and 2 coming to the halfway turn. And they are going to turn almost together. You see them going through there. Just a 10th apart, 107.38 for Molly, 107.48 for Gemma. Looking at that, still Catherine Ross is split. 105.42 is the one to beat. She ended up 217.99, so that's the fastest so far. But, I'm sure we will go through that, if not this time, fairly soon. Still, it's those two girls on the far side who have the advantage here. Lane 1. Molly Anderson just edging away now from Gemma Price. She just had a 10th at the 100, but at the 150 she's up that to nearly 7/10ths. And that translates to a metre, maybe a metre and a half now in the pool. Good contest coming up though in lanes 5, 6 and 7, and they are closing in, led by Tiffany Bachelet in lane 5. She's moved up into second place, but Molly Anderson will take this one. She's about 2 meters up, and in the end that translates to about a second's lead coming in, 2:20.15 for her. Tiffany Bachelet taking second from East Lothian, 2:21.21, and third place Kate Owen, 2:21.74. There is the Swansea girl, Molly Anderson, and the results summarised for you on the screen. On to Heat 7. Francesca Griffin in 1 from Black Lion. Novio Siergar's Megan Schadeberg in 2. From Mould, Laura Clark in 3. Representing Dorking is Billy McCarthy in 4. Kira Golding of Neath is in 5. Ellie Matthews of Clantrasant in 6. Jasmine Kembry of Torvine Dolphins in 7. And Isabel Booth of Sevenoaks in 8. Now, what is it about lane 1 this morning? Francesca Griffin off to a fast start there, taking on from Molly Anderson in the previous heat. Also lane 8, Isabel Booth of Sevenoaks. I guess we shouldn't be that surprised at that. There's only about a second and a half between the entry times of the 8 swimmers, so given the normal variations in rates of improvement. But we've got an absolutely inverted crescent there. It's supposed to be the other way round as they come in, but that's very unusual.
I think she's just fading slightly there. Is it Francesca Griffin? But he's down in lane 8 as well. Isabel Booth from Sevenoaks is on a really good swim. I think they've got special water in the lanes 1 and 8 today.
Special light water that's easy to swim through. I can't remember whether it was you or whether it was Hugh Griffiths was talking about the properties of Welsh water that was making these swimmers swim fast. But whatever it is, it's doing the trick.
It's all about what's in the taps as well.
Francesca Griffin then. Black Lion. Can't tell you anything about Black Lion. Nope, sorry, we're out of luck there. Tweet us in, tell us all about Black Lion Club, and we'll pass it on. Francesca Griffin doing the job for them at the moment. Coming under a bit of pressure. Megan Schadeburn on the near side, Jasmine Kembry and Isabel Booth, but it will be Francesca Griffin who takes this. 2:18.83 for her. Still Catherine Ross's time survives as the fastest from heat 4. 2:17.99 still the time to beat. There is the black BL, Black Lion. Well, it looked like a red line on the cap.
Yes, sounds like one of those sort of pubs you have as well, like the Black Lion.
Well, that would be a first, a pub swimming team. I don't think it'll be that.
I don't think we've got to that stage just yet.
But do let us know. Tweet us in with details about Black Lion. We'd love to hear from you. As we move on to Heat 8, Philippa Roebuck of Chase in 1, Holly Bell of City of Leicester in 2, Laura Q, Sevenoaks in 3, Abigail Worrell of Novio Cigar in 4, Carla Thornwell of Hereford in 5, Megan Squire of City of Cardiff in 6, Jennifer Dixon of Forest in 7, and Isabel Davis of Pembs County in 8. So Mark busy checking the Twitter feed, see if anything's come up yet.
Yeah, we've had some exciting tweets come through. I think most notably Melanie Rowland has tweeted in, at Melzy13. We've got the photo challenge today. We want you to tweet anything colour-wise, colourful photos. If you're at the event or if you're actually listening in, feel free to tweet us, hashtag colour or hashtag photo challenge to get your tweets retweeted by us and also maybe win the competition, which is a free swimming cap for the final 5 on Facebook tonight.
And Megan Squire going very nicely here in lane 6. Yeah, we'd love to hear from you. Where are you watching this? Are you on your holidays? Somewhere exotic? Beside a pool, at the beach? Let us know. Maybe you're working away from home and you're watching this in pastures far away. Do tell us what you're doing, where you're watching us.
Just a quick shout out at JulieJohnny1 has tweeted Swimwear saying the live streaming and commentary is amazing. So big props to you there, Duncan.
Oh well, we'll do our best to try and maintain that standard and keep you happy with us. But do let us know. Megan Squire is amazing as well in lane 6. 2:16.23 for her, and that does up the standard. That is the new fastest time. And entered on 2:19.32 for the Cardiff girls, so 3 seconds inside that to take heat 8. And hangs onto the lane rope, just looking back, maybe to talk to somebody else. And the summary there for you. And now in position order, Megan Squire 2:16.23, Laura Hughes second, Philippa Roebuck third. So ever onwards, heat 9, Nicole Parrish, Black Lion once again in lane 1, Claire Beddoes, Shrewsbury in 2, Megan Reckless of Aquasulis in 3, Anna Sharp, City of Leicester in 4, Rachel Richards, Novio Cigar in 5, Danielle Rowland of Bevington in 6, Jade Adcock of Hereford in 7, Fionn Wareham of Bridgend in lane 8. So someone out there must be watching these Black Lion girls. Please do tweet us and tell us all about your club. Nicole Parrish this time going in lane 1. She's got some work to do just to stick with the leading group, who are all lined up there across the pool. Very, very close here. The cameramen having to keep to a wide angle. I say cameramen, we've got camera ladies as well, of course. Saw some of them multitasking, of course, that's what ladies do. Interviewing our swimmers last night, if you were watching us then or in the earlier evenings. Dead heat at halfway mark there, 106.3. And lane 6, I think, maybe just has the edge, Danielle Rowland. But right beside her, Rachel Richards, Bevington and Novio Cigar. And over in lane 2, Shrewsbury's Claire Beddoes. And it is Danielle Rowland who's, well, Rachel Richards given the touch there, but I think that is a bad touch in lane 5. So Danielle Rowlands it is who is leading the way here. And starting to stretch that out now in the blue Bevington cap. And see how they're going past the 15-meter markers. And well clear now of a three-way contest for second. Danielle taking it, 2:15.82, and again we move to a new fastest time. So Danielle taking about 2.5 seconds off her entry time of 2:18.12. And Claire Beddoes winning that contest for second, 2:18.66, ahead of Rachel Richards and Anna Sharp. Third and fourth there, summarised now for you.
Just to say, on Black Lion Swimming Club, they are a Gillingham-based swimming club who swim out of Medway Leisure Centre. Just to update you as far as if we have still any sort of queries concerning Black Lion Swimming Club, and that was a bit of information provided to me as well. Great stuff.
Excellent. So good to know that. So welcome to the Black Lion swimmers from Gillingham. So over in Kent, the Medway and the Thames. And as we move on to Heat 10, Natasha Johnson, City of Cardiff in 1, Caris Thomas of Pembs County in 2, Hannah Davies, Novio Cigar in 3, Fionn Davies of Pembs County in 4, Emma Sutton, Plantrescent in 5, Megan Branney of Dumfries in 7, and Zoe Van no swimmer in lane 8. So Zoe Holmes was meant to be there, but she's withdrawn. So leaving us with 6, led as they come to halfway by Fionn Davies of Pembs County. About a metre up as they go through that, 105.77. So right up there with the previous couple of heats in terms of the halfway split. They're all lined up behind pretty much the other 5 swimmers, all very close. You can see them all in your shot there. But it is still the Pembs County girl, 14-year-old Fionn Davies. And she is leading 139.93. Caris Thomas maybe just emerging out of that group. Maybe we'll try and challenge down this last length. Megan Branney in lane 7 also pushing on, but it still is the Pembs County girl, Fionn. and I don't think she'll be caught. So it's looking like a Pembs County 1-2 here with Caris Thomas, also from that programme. And it is indeed. So Fionn taking it, just waiting for her time to come up. Caris Thomas will be second, 2:16.24 for her, and Hannah Davis taking third, 2:18.52, and there is Fionn's time now and has appeared, 2:14.29 for her, so a new faster time once again in this event so far. Well done, Fionn. And there is the summary for you. So 3 more heats to go in this girls 200 freestyle. And in this heat 11, we have Lydia Stratford of Hereford in 1, Calypso Harvey of Ledbury in 2, Tegan Galbraith, Novio Cigar in 3, Caitlin Hanna of Northampton in 4, Emily Crane, City of Leicester in 5, Nadine James, City of Cardiff in 6, Elizabeth Cleland of Kelso in 7, Philippa Doyle of Bevington in 8.
Just keeping on this busy crowd here in the national pool, and I've just noticed Mark Galbraith, whose daughter Tegan is in the third lane for Novio Cigar today, so I'm sure he's going to be screaming and shouting in the galleries.
So a big shout out to the Galbraith clan, if any of you are watching. Sorry, using a Scottish term there. What's the Welsh equivalent of a clan?
I'm not entirely sure, really.
Okay, family we'll go with, 104.14 for Tegan, so she's not letting the side down as they go into the second half. I think she might just have been overtaken now by Caitlin Hanna of Northampton. I think this might be the first appearance of a Northampton swimmer, certainly that I can remember. So nice to see her, along with her East Midland colleague Emily Cross of City of Leicester, just not too far back from her in the next lane. Also not seen a Kelso swimmer before, Elizabeth Cleland in lane 7 from the Scottish borders. And she's well down the field. It is now lane 4, Caitlin Hanna, who has got the advantage by a body length from Tegan Galbraith in the red cap. See there towards the top of your screen those two girls, and a very strong second half from Caitlin Hanna, 2:11.51 her entry time, because we're now into the cycle seeded heat, so this is quite a bit faster than we've seen. 2:10.53, she improves by a second on her entry time, so nice swim making the trip across the country from Northampton to Swansea, and a good performance from her. Tegan Galbraith there second, 2:13.79, so inside her entry time, and Calypso Harvey taking third, 2:14.87.
Maybe as proud Celts, maybe a good name would be Tribe instead of a clan, but I'm not sure whether that would be more appropriate.
Okay, we'll go with the Galbraith Tribe. A big shout out to them. As we move on to Heat 12, Ellie Plumley of Torvine Dolphins in 1, Hannah Brigham of Peterborough in 2, Hannah Saunders of Pembs County in 3, Grace Alexander of Hereford in 4, Lauren Smith of Warrington in 5, Lucy Emerson of City of Leeds in 6, Isabel Johns, Pembs County in 7, and Lois Hopkins of Swim Swansea in 8. Grace Alexander of Hereford. They brought some strong swimmers across to Swansea, and Grace certainly looks to be one of them. Is moving on very nicely. Not seeing Grace featuring in the medals yet, but this could be her event. 1:02.71, so that is faster than the previous heat and anybody else for that matter so far. Lucy Emerson in second, on each girl, 18-year-old. So her last opportunity to swim in this terrific event here at Swansea. Once you're over 18, you have to go and find other events, I'm afraid. Lane 4, Grace Alexander, she'll have another year if she wishes it. And she's holding the advantage here from Lucy Emerson. These two well clear of the others, 5 of them contesting 3rd place. Grace looking impressive here. So the fastest time we've seen so far, 2:10.53, so that is about 2 seconds faster, 2:08.55 for Grace, and 3 seconds inside her entry time. So very good, strong stuff there from her. Just waiting for confirmation there of those final results. No time coming up there on lane 8. That still needs to be sorted out. But Grace Alexander 2:08.55, Lucy Emerson 2:11.34 in second. Tie for third. Hannah, the two Hannahs in fact, Hannah Brigham and Hannah Saunders, both on 2:15.24. Just looking at the meet records in that in fact 2:08.55, a new championship record there for Grace Alexander, so impressive stuff. Previous 16 to 18 record 2:10.14, so she smashed it really, 2.5 inside it, so well done to her. Emily Osborne goes in lane 1 in this final heat for Leek. Harriet Wasnage swims Swansea in 2, Jenna Lafferty of first in 3, Saren Harris, City of Cardiff in 4, Emily Hewitson of Dumfries Dolphins in 5, Rachel Heasom of Warrington in 6, Natalie Dingley of Stourbridge in 7, and Jessica Sutton of City of Leicester in lane 8. This is fairly close here. Lane 3, Jenna Lafferty of first, youngster, 14-year-old, so she's going very nicely here. Not too far behind her is her fellow Scot Emily Hewitson of Dumfries. And then in lane 2, Harriet Wasnage, the local girl, wanting to show these Scots their place. Also City of Cardiff, Saren Harris in lane 4, a 15-year-old. So all to play for down the final length. Jenna Lafferty still has the lead, but there's plenty of swimmers who could challenge that, particularly Saren Harris in 4 and Emily Hewitson in 5. Also Harriet Wastage in 2 is not out of it. Jenna Lafferty trying to hold that lead, but I think the Cardiff girl, Saren Harris, right up with her now. So 2 blue caps from different programs. Who's going to get the touch here? It will be on the touch. Oh, Jenna Lafferty. I thought probably Saren Harris was going to take that, but well done to Jenna to hold on to it. 2:12.50, so not as fast as earlier heats, but a cracking swim from the 14-year-old. Entered on 2:14.11, and I'm sure we'll be seeing her in this evening's final. Saren Harris as well, 2:12.55 for her. And third place, Harriet Wasnage, 2:13.77. She was third. There's the Swansea girl, Harriet, the third place swimmer coming out, and I think that was probably Jenna just behind her. So we're going to take a bit of a break in proceedings now. This is our long session, just giving us a bit of breathing space, particularly for some of our officials who were just crossing their legs by the time we get to this point in proceedings. So we'll let them go and do their thing as we once again see the still waters of the Welsh National Pool calming down after all that action. Meanwhile, we can focus on other things. I see Real Madrid are beating Barcelona. Oh no, Barcelona have just equalised.
Great goal.
Yeah, fantastic. 85th minute as well. So El Clasico is going on in the National Stadium. Free kick, I see, as we look at some of the swimmers going up and down the pool, some of the officials as well. Big shout out to Casey there. Where are you from, Casey? Tweet and let us know. Turn round if you want. And Clara as well, walking away from us. So it's this black and orange team, CCSC. I don't know who can't think who CCSC could be. Sure, I should be able to get that. City of somebody. Canterbury,
City
maybe.
of Cardiff potentially.
Well, the colours I don't think are right for City of Cardiff there.
Oh right, okay. I didn't see
Yeah.
the photo. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're still here. Pool there. You can see there the banners along the side of the pool. Aqua Passport there, Swim Wales Daktronics. Some of our sponsors coming through there. Thanks to them, of course. Over on the far side you can see there, well, briefly as we moved across there, lots of people with special shirts for this event. There's one from Elaine, you can see there, Welsh Nationals 2013. Big event for the swimmers and their families. I think that might be the Seven Oaks contingent looking at the shirt just in front of Elaine. That's the back gallery. That has been really busy all day. Slightly, well no, I was going to say slightly easing up, but not really, not yet. Nice wave, thanks very much for that.
Swim Swansea swimmer going past there as well in his blue and white top, and then another waver there.
That
Enjoying
looked like a royal wave, that one. Prince Charles couldn't have done that any better. He'll come down. Others, particularly the adults, studiously ignoring the camera. I'm just going to say, just over on the far side, you see that window area on the mid-right of your screen there on the far side of the pool is the timing box. And above that, you have to climb up a ladder to get to the pool commentary point. So have to be good at heights to do that job. They look to have deserted the ship at the moment. Nice clear balcony area there. But they'll get a good view, as we have here on the other side of the pool, looking down at the start end of the pool. Couldn't be a better spot for us.
No, fantastic view. Very similar to the actual camera view, which you've actually got on your screen there now, as it pans down to the far pool side, where we've got a couple of swimmers doing a bit of training, a bit of warming up, really, to just get used to actually the pool temperatures as well here. It is very warm in here today as well with the big crowd, but I'm sure everyone's gone out. Well, I think a lot of the seats have been emptied. Saying that, though, it is still quite busy on poolside, but I'm sure a lot of people are taking a breather just to refresh themselves.
Just as the camera pans across, you can see that hoarding at the far end of the pool. The other side of that, there is a second pool, a swim down pool. Is it a 25-metre pool?
I think it's 20. I think it's actually a 20-metre pool.
20-metre pool.
But yeah, they use it for training, and they also use it for warm-up, obviously pre coming on to poolside. The beauty about this pool as well is a 50-metre pool. It actually splits up into different sections, into a 23-metre split and even a 25-metre split with the boom system they got here, which is a raising board which comes out of the water, where they can actually walk across the middle section of the pool, which is great for obviously many reasons. One, obviously you can have multiple activities going on inside the swimming pool at any one time, so that actually you can actually increase what the pool can do, and actually the pool capacity. But a lot of the time, lots of these swimming clubs do prefer to have the 50-metre pool for training purposes.
And there you can see the shot of that training pool, swim down pool. So quite a lot of swimmers, I think, will be getting straight in there after their swims just to get themselves free of the lactic that will have built up during their race. And while we have this break, we've been busy doing some editing, and this is what we've come up with, just to give you a reminder of some of the events in the first 4 days of competition. So some nice shots there. I think there might have been some sponsorship from the first team there. Seems a lot of shots of them, but many thanks to our editor Ewan Williamson, who pulled that together. And he also got some shots of our producer there, Seth Edwards, looking in control of things, which I guess he has been most of the time. So Seth is the mastermind, along with producer David Holmes, who's bringing you this transmission from Kwipu TV. We're back live now, but some lovely shots of under the water turns and the like there is certainly very clear shots there given to us by Ewan, so thanks for them. Still, you can see that the swimmers doing their second mini warm-ups in the pool, just getting themselves ready for what's still to come. It's worth just maybe going through what is still to come here, and we will be going into the boys 100 backstroke up next. There's lots and lots of heats of that, 19, and then the girls 100 backstroke, and even more heats on that, 22. So what's that, 19 plus 22, 41 heats of 100 backstroke for your delight once we get back to the swimming. And that, I think, is going to be in around 10 minutes or so's time. So if you do want to put the kettle on, this is a good time, just before we get back swimming. But don't forget to come back if you do. You need to promise that you will come back if you do go away. Okay, you've promised. Thank you very much. Also, just a reminder, you can check out the results on www.swimwales.org. There's a section there saying live results. Click on that, and they're all there for you. If you're out and about with your mobile, you can also pick them up using the Meet Mobile app. and that's available both on Apple and Android platforms. Just go on to whatever your app store is and look for Meet Mobile, 2 words, and you'll be able to download that app, and you'll see the results coming through, including all the splits for all the swimmers on that one. So we're going to take a short break now, and we will be back with the swimming very soon, so probably around 10 minutes or so. So we'll see you then. This is Duncan McKinnell, along with my co-colleague Mark Tancock, signing off just for a few minutes. We'll see you in a bit. We're just doing a quick toilet dash. I'm still just getting the general screen. Are we on air? I need to know. So welcome back. You've not missed a lot. We're just starting the first heat of the boys 100 backstroke with Tobias Hunt in 1, Jason Gibson in 2, Ivan Owen in 3, Bradley Newman in 4, Joshua Thomas in 5, Matthew Smith in 6, Harry Lewis in 7, Stefan Titley in 8. Stefan Titley in lane 8 has the advantage. The Gwyneth swimmer, entry time 1:36.58. In lane 4 it is Bradley Newman and Tobias Hunt in lane 1 in 3rd place, but it's going to be Stefan Titley, I think, taking this first heat. So he's started well there as our first race back, 1:30.78 for him. Second place, Bradley Newman, 1:31.29, and Tobias Hunt over in lane 1 taking third, 1:33.16. So, of course, with 100 backstroke, they have to clear the pool each time before we get underway. As we move on to heat 2. No swimmer in lane 4 in this one. Robbie Nolan of Aquabear swims in 1, Tom Weaver of Welshpool in 2, Samuel Taylor of Caerphilly in 3, Danny Chim of Bridgend in 5, Ross Brown, Dundee City Aquatics in 6, Nathan Larner of City of Leeds in 7, and James Hill of Pembs County in 8. Why am I not seeing anything on my screen? Can anyone tell me? So coming up to the halfway mark, this is very close. And it was Danny Chin, 42.77 at halfway, just with the advantage, but it's very, very close once again here. Lane 6, 7 and 8, 5 as well, all there. So the focus on the near side of the pool, Danny Chim, Ross Brown, Nathan Larner and James Hill all close. The yellow cap is City of Leeds, Nathan Larner, and he's got the edge here about a metre up. Although it's coming under pressure from Danny Chim. It's between these two, but I think it will be Nathan who holds on to take it. 1:25.85 for him. So about 5 seconds faster than the first heat, and a big PB, 8 seconds for Nathan there. Danny Chim second, 1:26.55, and Ross Brown third, 1:26.77. So there's your 1, 2, 3. So a long way to go, of course, yet. 2 heats down out of 19, so we will get progressively faster. No, it's not. On to heat 3. Matthew Duane of first in 2. Christian Ellis of Buckley in 3. Joshua Curtis, City of Leicester in 4. Jake Scott, Pembs County in 5. Joey Davis of Wrexham in 6. James Spragg of Novio Cigar in 7. And Johan Francis Jones of Neath in lane 8. And it is Johan who is off very fast in lane 8. So he is really pushing hard now. Coming up towards the halfway mark. And he goes through just over the 40 seconds, 40:37. About 3 meters ahead of lane 5, who is Jake Scott of Pembs County. And they look like they're going to be 1 and 2 here. Johan of Neath, 1:31.64 entry time, but he's going to be a lot faster than that here. Still up by a body length from the Pembs County boy, Jake Scott. So Johan Francis Jones then, nice swim, 1:23.99. 8 seconds of an improvement on his entry time, and our new fastest time out of heat 3. Second, Jake Scott, and Joey Davis in third. Fairly well spread out. Joey Davis just ahead of 4th place, Matthew Duane. So we're moving on to heat 4. Got some great tweets in. Jeff Kent from Canada, looking to see the Omnet swim. So I hope you saw some good swims from them. The Penny Real crew, given a good shout out by Denise Jones. So well done to Penny Real, and thanks to Denise for your shout out. As we move on to heat 4, again we've got 7 swimmers here. Hayden Kiddy of first in 1. Ossian Morgan of Pembs County in 2. Samuel Neeb Evans of Bevington in 3. Joseph Robbins, City of Sunderland in 4. Omar Alasri of Thanet in 5. Morgan Evans of Aberdeen in 6. And Joseph Rossiter of Harrow in 8. So lanes 2 and 4 making the early running here. Ossian Morgan and Joseph Robbins, Pembs County and City of Sunderland respectively. Well, as they go into the second half though, just Ossian fading off a little bit, and he's replaced by Omar Alasri in lane 5, who's the main challenger of the leader Joseph Robbins. So 2 white caps. Joseph, City of Sunderland, Omar of Thanet. 3rd place, Ossian Morgan still. But it's looking more and more like the Sunderland swimmer, Joseph Robbins, is the one who's going to take this one. Entry time for Joseph, 1:27.66. Fastest so far, 1:23.99. Going to be there or thereabouts. Oh, just inside it, 1:23.88 for our winner there, Joseph Robbins. Second, Omar Alasri, 1:26.51. And Ossian Morgan, 1:27 dead, in 3rd place. So 4 heats there underway. So as we've seen all week, the PBs keep on coming thick and fast here. As we move on to heat 5, just waiting patiently for the pool to clear. It has cleared, so I'm sure we'll be underway very soon. Just obviously something not quite to the officials' liking here. There's somebody there just having a wee chat inside the box, which is where all the technical gurus hang out. Sorted, and we move on to heat 5. on to Heat 5 then. We have Jack Roberts for Wrexham in 1, Max Harris of Newport in 2, Adam Baker of Aquabears in 3, Luke Baker of Torvine Dolphins in 4, Callum Russian of Leek in 5, Aidan Crew of Monson in 6, Connor Walsh, Dundee City Aquatics in 7, and Jamie Broom, City of Leeds in lane 8. Well, lanes 3 and 4 are turning together in this one. Just 600ths apart, Luke Baker and Adam Baker. I don't suppose they're related to two different clubs, the 12-year-olds, Torvine and Aquabears respectively. It looks like maybe it's Luke Baker, the Torvine swimmer, who's just got the edge in lane 4. Also a three-way contest for third here going on. Lane 5, Callum Russian, Aidan Crew beside him, and Jamie Broom in lane 8. But still the two Baker boys, the fabulous Baker boys. 1 and 2, Luke Baker and Adam Baker. And it is Luke just doing enough to take it, 1:21.11. So again, a pick-up in pace and a nice PB from the two of them. Adam Baker second, 1:21.62, and Callum Russian third, 1:24.14, all behind Luke Baker, his time 1:21.11. So we move on to Heat 6. And in Heat 6 we have Joseph Hawkins, City of Leeds in 1, Connor Coupland of Harrow in 2, Oliver Bingham, City of Leeds in 3, Advait Apajaya of City of Cardiff in 4, Samuel Wardle, City of Leeds in 5, Peter Bateman, City of Cardiff in 6, Chad Lewis of Llantrisant in 7, and George Cowan of St Thomas in lane 8. We're getting news of a swim-off that's going to be coming in the girls 14, 15, 200 freestyle. We'll tell you a bit more about that in a moment. So a wee bonus to come, I would imagine, at the end of the session as the swimmers turn for the second half, led by lane 5, Samuel Wardle, although up with him on the near side of the pool, bottom of your screens, George Cowan of St Thomas in the white cap right up against the lane ropes there. You'd think that would be impeding his stroke there. Again, we talked about this swimmer's circle playing round the lane, which is of course what they do in training because of the fact that you've got multiple swimmers in a lane. That might be just impeding George, and it certainly means he's in the end not challenging the leader, Samuel Wardle, who takes it in 1:20.44. So again, a slight pick up in pace. Samuel Wardle then in first place. Second place, George Cowan, 1:21.65, and it was Advait Apajaya in third, 1:22.93. Missing Mark Tancock's dulcet tones, I'm sure he'll be back with us soon. He's just on a wee walkabout at the moment, but I'm sure he'll be back joining us very shortly. If you're missing a bit of a Welsh accent, I'm sure you are. As we wait for Heat 7 to start, the whistle goes, so they'll be going into the pool right now. So Heat 7, Lewis Thomas of Llantrisant in 1, Tom Henwood, Novio Cigar in 2. Stephen Cooper, City of Leeds in 3. Tom Wilton, City of Canterbury in 4. Rhys Henwood of Novio Cigar in 5. Tyler Hartles, Redditch in 6. Thomas Minto, City of Cardiff in 7. Matthew Kenneth, City of Leeds in lane 8. Over on the far side, Lewis Thomas of Llantrisant is going off very well in the centre lanes, lane 4. Tom Wilton, Tyler Hartles in 6. Tom Wilton 38.75 at the halfway point. But it's a 3-way contest here. Well, 4-way contest possibly. Tom Wilton, City of Canterbury in lane 4, I think just has the edge. Lane 6, Tyler Hartles. Lane 1, Lewis Thomas. These 3, but it's the Canterbury swimmer who is going to bring this one home. 1:18.89. So each heat now picking up the pace by a second or so, and that one was no exception. Tom Wilton 1:18.89. Second place Tyler Hartles 1:20.25, and Lewis Thomas in third place out of lane 1 1:21.12. So heat 8 coming to the pool and going in. No swimmer in lane 7 in this one. No, I'm not. So this is heat 8. Owen Knowles of Dorking in 1. Pierre Oosthausen of Hereford in 2. Jason Simister of Welshpool in 3. Thomas Cuddy of Swim Conwy in 4. Morgan Elliott of Pembs County in 5. George Davies of Swim Conwy in 6. And Theo Sava of City of Cardiff in 8. And I'm delighted that Mark is back with me. So just had a wee break as well, as we all have. Welcome back, Mark. So I was telling everyone we were missing your Welsh tones. They need to hear that just to, so they know where we are. Excellent stuff, and we've got a close one here. There's about 5 swimmers in the mix coming down from lanes 2, 3, 4, 5 and lane 8. Any of the 5 of them could take this one. Nobody particularly pulling out. Maybe lane 5 now just upping his stroke rate. And that is Morgan Elliott, and Morgan does take it. The Pembs County swimmer. 1:19.53. So for the first time I think we've seen one that didn't match the time from the previous heat. Still a second and a half inside his entry time for Morgan, and very close behind him Pierre Oosthausen at 1:19.71, Jason Simister 1:19.77, and Thomas Cuddy also in the 1:19s. So a little bit more about that swim off. It's going to be in the 14-15 age group, girls 200 freestyle. 2 Hannahs. Hannah Brigham of Peterborough will be up against Hannah Saunders of Pembs County, so that will be a good one. As we move on to heat 9 now. David Owen for City of Cardiff goes off in 1. Christopher Hooper of Chester in 2. Thomas Jackson, City of Leeds in 3. Aidan Bryce of Newport in 4. Lloyd Davies of Welshpool in 5. Lewis Cherniak of Wrexham in 6. Jacob Cook of City of Cardiff in 7. And Jake Lambert of City of Leeds in 8. Terrific starts from lane 1 and lane 4. David Owen and Aidan Bryce, so a Cardiff-Newport battle here. 35.76, Aidan Bryce just with the edge at halfway. So narrow advantage to the Newport boy. He has the faster entry time of the two, 1:20.06 against David's 1:20.54. These two well clear, scrap for third place on the near side, Jacob Cook and Chait Lambert. But it's looking like maybe Aidan Bryce just holding off David Owen as they come into the final 5. It will be Aidan wins out and pushing hard into the wall. That's what we like to see. 1:13.41. So a nice improvement for Aidan there. In the end, a second faster than David Owen, 1:14.53 for him. And that battle for third was taken by Chait Lambert, 1:19.12 against Jacob Cook's 1:19.57. To heat 10. Unfortunately, I think we've got a few technical glitches at the moment, but we will keep you the coverage, although unfortunately I'm afraid, apologies for this slightly limited camera coverage. As we move on to heat 10, Alexander Ball of Beckenham in 1, Morgan Blanc of City of Cardiff in 2, Ben Mottram of Pembs County in 3, Joshua Loney of Swim Swansea in 4, James Wilton, City of Canterbury in 5, Andrew Flanagan, City of Cardiff in 6, Kelvin Cockcroft of Aquabears in 7, and Thomas Jenkins of Chepstow in lane 8. So this one is pretty close. Very close, in fact. 35.64 Andrew Flanagan by a tenth from James Wilton. Similar sort of split to the previous heat. Andrew Flanagan of Cardiff. And he continues to lead them down the second length from the yellow-capped Canterbury boy James Wilton, and the other side of him Swansea's Joshua Loney. Seen some good swims from Joshua this week, and he is right there with the Canterbury boy battling for second behind Andrew Flanagan, who takes it in 1:12.78. So yet again we move faster and faster with each passing heat, and that was pretty much a 7-second improvement on his entry time for Andrew. So congratulations to him. As we move on to heat 11, so into the second half of this boys 100 backstroke now. As we move on to heat 11, Sion Davis of Aberystwyth in 1, his teammate Maxwell Glasser in 2, Matthew Harrison of Swim Conwy in 3, Jack Scoos of City of Cardiff in 4, Shay Parfitt of Heads of Valleys in 5, Rowan Griffiths of Birmingham in 6, Josh Lewis of Thanet in 7, and Sion Bevan of City of Cardiff in 8.
Yeah, just looking at Jack Scoos' start there from the backstroke, he started really high up on the block, pushed out, and there's the last one to come up as well in lane 4, and it's actually paid off for him. He's just turned now on a 35.42 in first spot.
Yep, that was a very impressive first 50 from Jack. See if anyone can challenge him down the second half. Josh Lewis of Thanet in lane 7 is the one maybe who's putting in a bid to do that. Trying to go with him, Sion Bevan in lane 8, but it is still Jack Scoos of City of Cardiff in lane 4, and I don't think he's going to be caught now. 10 metres to go, he's got a body length advantage, So he will take the honours here. Fastest time so far, 1:12.78. Not quite on that pace, 1:13.63. So maybe just faded slightly after that very good start from Jack. But a good improvement of nearly 5 seconds, so can't knock that. Josh Lewis in second, 1:15.87, and Sean Bevan third, 1:16.93. So heat 12 will be next up, and the whistle is going. So heat 12 then. Apologies, we're still just with the one camera here. We are working hard to rectify that, and we'll do that as quickly as we can. Meanwhile, Sam Crabtree of Thanet in 1, Ryan Lynham of Nexus Valleys in 2, Jake Sykes, City of Leeds in 3, Adam Lynch of Thanet in 4, 5 is Nathan Wallace of Hereford, Sean Johnson of Swim Gwyneth in 7, and Thomas Britton Yem of Abertillery in lane 8.
Yes, a rare swim for Nexus Valley Swimming Club in this heat in lane 2. Not many Nexus Valley swimmers at this event. Just up the road, up in the top of the heads of the valleys there, but not many of them around.
And he's just in the pack at the moment behind a solid start from Sam Crabtree in 1, and he is looking very strong coming down this second leg and pulling well clear of lane 5, Nathan Wallace in the second half here. So great swim from the Thanet boy there, 1:11.39, and just checking back at the earlier heats, that is definitely the fastest.
Yeah.
Well done, Sam. Second, Nathan Wallace, 1:14.44, and Thomas Britton Yem, 1:16.08. So welcome back. Apologies for that loss of coverage. We're just completing heat 16 here with Merrick Francis coming in to take it 1:11.46. We have unfortunately lost about 3 heats there, so many apologies for that. Just that little gremlin that we had to deal with, so do apologise for that. Just to summarise a little bit what's happened and you're out. Heat 13 was won by Dennis Cousins in 1:12.85 from Charlie Reid and Dominic Collier. Heat 14, Billy Hunt of Welshpool won that, 1:12.13 from Oscar Kelly, and third, Sebastian De Siena. And I know the De Sienas have been avid watchers, so I can tell you Sebastian did a 1:15.41 there. And in heat 15 we had a terrific swim from Ryan Retson, a new championship record, 1:09.97, to win that one from Kane, Rabinal Hunt and Thomas Stevens. And you just saw there that last one, Merrick Francis, taking heat 16. That brings you up to date as we move on to heat 17 now. So apologies once again for that problem as we move on to Jonathan Fairless, heat 17 in 1. Axel Sauko Parvola of City of Leicester in 2. George Hinton of Monson in 3. Alex Hadley of Aquabears in 4. Henry Bramwell Reeks of Poole in 5. George Casey, City of Canterbury in 6. Richard Mawson, City of Leeds in 7. And Niall Dunn of Aquabears in lane 8. So the fastest now 1:09.77, that swim from Ryan Retson I was talking about. Of course, he's in the younger age group, so terrific swim from him, continuing terrific performance across this meet. But here we've got lanes 3, 4 and 5, George Hinton, Alex Hadley and Henry Bramwell Reeks. As we come down the second length here, it looks like the white cat George Hinton in lane 3 has just got the edge, although Alex Hadley is coming up beside him now as they come in. Does Luke hold it? Yes, he does. 1:07.94. So that is the new fastest time for the 14-year-old from Aquabears, just holding off second place. In fact, sorry, it's lane 3, of course, that took it. George Hinton of Monson from Alex Hadley of Aquabears, and third place Ethan Ryland. Those names are now corrected, so those are the 1, 2, 3. Or are they? Let's just check on that. No, that in fact those names are from the previous heat, so it was, I can confirm, George Hinton who took it from Alex Hadley and Henry Bramwell Reeks. 1:07.94 as we go on to heat 18. So once again, just apologies for that technical glitch that we had there, but hopefully we're back in business now. And thanks for your patience as we move on to heat 18. Dominic Indergood of Street in 1, Ellis Lawson of First in 2, Yestin Cole of Novio Cigar in 3, Mark Elric of First in 4, Lewis Roberts of Mould in 5, Evan Goggin-Jones, City of Cardiff in 6, Daniel Moore of Birmingham in 7, and Dyfan Jones of Chirk Dragons in lane 8. So the early action lanes 3, 4 and 5 here. Yestin Cole, Mark Elric and Lewis Roberts. And at the turn, not too much between any of them. And the 3 of them coming out of the turn pretty much in a line. So I think these are going to be the 1, 2, 3, but it's not at all clear what the order's going to be. With half a length to go. Coming up now in lane 5 is Mould swimmer Lewis Roberts. He's just maybe edged into the lead in the white cap, nearest to you of the 3. And looks like he is going to take this one. The red cap, Yestin Cole, I think will take second. He does, from Mark Elric third. Lewis's winning time 1:06.46, so a new fastest time taken there by Lewis. Just checking the 13-14 championship record, 105.01, so still a second or so off that. One heat, of course, to come still, so you never know. We've seen so many championship records go this week, pretty much rewriting the record books with an awful lot of these events.
It's going to need a lot of writing.
And just shows the very high quality of swimmers that we've got here this year. Terrific stuff. So the final heat for the boys, David Fryer Window, I think we decided he was, of Leek in 1, Jordan Todd of Bevington in 2, Cameron Crew to swim Swansea in 3, William Durrant of Bridgend in 4, James Gilly, the Welsh Independent, in 5, Daniel Young of Swim Swansea in 6, Simon Scully of City of Leicester in 7, and Rhys James of City of Cardiff in lane 8. So plenty of swimmers here we've seen on the podium in the last few days, and leading them here is Daniel Young. He's had a silver in the 200 backstroke, turns 31.87. And he has about a body length advantage over Cameron Crute in 3, and next to him William Durrant in 4. Cameron we saw winning the 200 backstroke last night, and he is pushing on hard to try and close in on Daniel 6. I think Daniel will hold on. Well, we'll need to see there because his time not coming up on the scoreboard. 106.12 for Cameron Croup. I think Daniel Young will be credited with the win, but we'll need to wait for confirmation of that. Well, no, in fact. Cameron Croup being given it, 106.12 from Daniel Young, 106.23. Both will be comfortably in the final, so I guess it doesn't matter too much, but they won't want a problem with the timing this evening.
Goes back to what we were saying about the touch again, and Daniel Young looked like he had that then, but obviously Cameron Crute coming in with a late finish, 106.12. Superb swimming by Cameron. He's impressed me the last few days.
Yeah, is a swimmer who has had a few second places, but you felt that he really wasn't satisfied with them, and that is exactly the attitude that we want. Only a win suffices for Mr. Crute. So we move on to the girls 10 to 13 years 100 backstroke. We've got 22 heats for you to enjoy here. And 3 swimmers going in the first of those. Molly Cressy Rogers of Novio Cigar in 3. Lily McAllister Sutton of City of Cardiff in 4. And Fiona Milan of Neath in 5. Terrific start from Lily McAllister Sutton. Straight away about 3 metres up.
It always impresses me, these 10 and 11-year-olds swimming, girls and boys, as far as what they do in the water. We, as a Swim Wales, we've got, as a governing body, as a key thing that we get everyone swimming by the age of 11, and for these guys to be in the water at 10 and 11 years of age doing what they're doing is fantastic.
What's your approach here to very young swimmers competing? So the young, very talented, sort of the 8, 9, 10-year-olds, do you try and limit their competition and then just bring them on as they move sort of to 10, 11s, or how does that work in Wales?
I think it depends on obviously the pathway and where they are as far as development is concerned. I think the coaches across Wales have an influence on the Learn to Swim programs at facilities, and that's a really good beneficial thing. So they work with teachers at facilities.
So 1:25.68 for Lily, 9.5 seconds inside her entry time, so a lot of progress made there. Second, Fiona Milan, 1:34.15, just ahead of Molly Cressy Rogers. 1:35.97 for her. Yeah, always feel that it's important not to overswim young kids. They've got to take it in their time, and also not overtrain them as well. But
yeah, definitely. And I think also that the aquatic pathways, which have sprung up across Wales in various areas. Obviously, they look different in various areas, but the Learn to Swim programs which feed into other disciplines, it also gives swimmers maybe the chance to try other aquatic sports as well. But obviously, if they want to come back to doing competitive swimming, they always have that option. And if they want to go from Learn to Swim programs into competitive development, the coaches work with facilities to make sure that's done at the right time.
So on to Heat 2. Elise Harris of Torvine Dolphins in 1, Helen Lewis of Merthyr in 2, Georgia Hollings of Abertillery in 3, Sophie Morgan of Llantrisant in 4, Megan Black of Swim Swansea in 5, Olivia John of Novio Cigar in 6, Ellen Norris of Swim Swansea in 7, and Alicia Glover of Celtic Dolphins in lane 8. Nice start from lane 7, Ellen Norris of Swim Swansea, and also over on the far side, Elise Harris of Torvine. I think it will be lane 7 leading through the turn though. Ella, 42.18, about 6-7 tenths faster than the first heat. Very tight behind her. Just counting across the pool and counting 6 swimmers. All there or thereabouts. Maybe lane 3, Georgia Hollings of Abertillery just emerging. Well, I'm not sure she is. Lane 8 also going well, Alicia Glover. But still leading the way in lane 7 is the Swansea girl, Ella Norris. Have the advantage of her own bed to sleep in each night. But over on the far side, lanes 1 and 3 are right there with her now as we come to the finish. And I think she's going to be having nicked off her. She does. 1:28.65. Georgia Hollings taking the honours that time. And a tie for second in the end. Elise Harris and the long-time leader, Ella Norris, both on 1:29.14.
Yeah, that was a good race then. Georgia Hollings just nipping it in the end from Abertillery. I always keep an eye on Alicia Glover in lane 8 from the Celtic Dolphins. I've always got a soft spot for them after working with them from a development point of view for a long time. So, but that was a great swim.
So she was 4th, so she certainly did herself pretty proud. A 3.5 second improvement. You're not allowed favourites behind the mic though. Heat 3, Jessica Teal, City of Leeds in 1, Emily Morris of Bridgend in 2, Sophie McDonnell of City of Canterbury in 3, Alicia Jones of Merthyr in 4, Erin Roberts of Mould in 5, Isabella Wren of Bridgend in 6, Jade Adams, City of Leeds in 7, and Ashley Willis of Swim Swansea in lane 8. Well, hopefully your coverage is now okay. The pool very bright, so hopefully you can see the swimmers going through the sunshine. It seems to be brightening up here in Swansea after a pretty miserable morning.
Very wishful thinking there, Duncan.
No, I'm sure the sun will come through, shining through this afternoon. You heard it first here.
Fingers crossed.
41.42 then. At the turn, lane 5, Erin Roberts of Mould. So these clubs up on the north coast of Wales doing their bit to show the strength of Welsh swimming. And the reason I know that is many, many years ago I had a girlfriend who lived in Mould.
Wow.
But that was long before I settled down.
Young Erin Roberts there finishing first. She actually went flying into the board then and hit the board within her next stroke. But it just shows that they're swimming right until the end. And obviously you can't pick up injuries like that. I think we've said before over the last few days. But she went right until the end then to get the win.
Yeah, and a good 5 second improvement for her as well there. Summarised for you, 1:26.26. Jessica Teal second, 1:26.95. We've had another tie for second with Sophie McDonnell also on 1:26.95. So a few dead heat starting to sprout up. We've already got one swim off. Of course, that's in the girls 200 freestyle. That will come after this. Still lots and lots of backstroke to come, though, as we go into heat 4. And in heat 4, we have Kimmy Buchanan of first going in lane 1, Abby Calvert, City of Leeds in 2, Holly Evans of Bridgend in 3, Robin Brown of first in 4, Laura Sharp of Mould in 5, Zina Panuagua Gutierrez of City of Leeds in 6, Natasha Cook of Sevenoaks in 7, and Nia Jordan of Harrow in 8. Good start from the Leeds girl in lane 2, Abby Calvert, 11-year-old. And in lane 6, her teammate Zina Paniagua Gutierrez. We've been working hard on that pronunciation all week. Please tell us if we got it anywhere close to right. Hopefully we have. Apologies if we haven't. But it is Zina now who is turning it on. So we've had to talk about it quite a lot, particularly today. She's had 2 very good swims, this being the second. And I can't see anyone threatening her in the last 10 metres here. The girl in lane 6, Zina Paniagua Gutierrez. I think I see what may well be her mother just filming her just down below us. 1:19.43 then for Zina. Big PB, that one. 11 seconds. So, excellent. And there she is. Out of lane 6, has a look around. Oops, they're all leaving. Right, I better had 2. So, 1:19.43 for her. Second place, Natasha Cook, 1:21.77. And third place, Abby Calvert, 1:22.36. So they go from Sevenoaks, separating the 2 from Leeds in the 1-2-3. On to heat 5, Jessica Rutter of City of Cardiff in 1, Ellie Horton of Chepstow in 2, Clara Gilpratt of City of Canterbury in 3, Georgina Withersbolch of City of Cardiff in 4, Jessica Merritt of Pembs County in 5, Rebecca Klein, City of Leeds in 6, Katie Davies, Bridgend in 7, and Anya Thomas of Newport in 8. So not too much in it here as we come to the turn. Lanes 3 and 5. First and second, Clara Gilpratt and Jessica Merritt, 42.13. So not as fast as Zina's split from the previous heat. Coming up nicely in lane 5, Jessica Merritt. So she did turn first, and she's got about a metre in hand now on Canterbury's Clara Gilpratt. Third is pretty close, mainly on the near side. Headed, I think, by the Leeds girl Rebecca Kleins, but it will be Pembs County's Jessica Merritt taking this one. 1:25.14, 3 seconds plus inside her time that she was entered on. Clara Gilpratt in second as they start to lead the pool. Nice shot as Jessica makes her way out. Third place, Rebecca Kleins. The summary there for you: Jessica Merritt, Clara Gilpratt and Rebecca Kleins. So next up, Heat 6. Swim Swansea's Millie Reese goes in 1 with her teammate Megan Pullen in 2. Charlotte Gibbs of City of Leeds in 3. Anna Phillips, another from Swim Swansea, goes in 4. Kate Jenkins of Heads of Valleys in 5. Anna Vickery of Coventry in 6. Jenna Murdoch of City of Leeds in 7. And Brooke Richards of Clantrasant in lane 8. And it looks like the girl in lane 4. So one of the 3 Swansea girls in the pool, the 10-year-old Anna Phillips, is looking strong here. She turns in the lead, 40-40. Twice as good as 2020. 41.69 for Megan Pullen. In lane 2, so Swansea first and second, although the second is not terribly secure. Lane 5 coming up, that's Kate Jenkins of Heads of Valleys. And she, I think, may just have edged past Megan Pullen into second place, about a body length back on Anna Phillips. I think Anna will not be caught here. Also starting to make a move up late is Anna Vickery, but it is Anna Phillips, 1:23.16. So she improves by 3.5 seconds for the 10-year-old. Another good young swimmer there.
We've had a tweet in for the next race. Keep an eye on Sophie Barry in lane 2 from Penrail, the 13-year-old. I think it's her mum, Daniel and Max watching from home from @Cakes4You.
So the summary there for you as we move towards that race, and we'll see how Sophie gets on. She's in lane 2 with the white cap on. We'll see her any moment now as the camera switches to the swimmers in the pool. There we are, and she's just getting up onto the start position, and she's all ready, as are the others. So here we go with that Heat 7, Maddie Skelding in 1, representing Mould, Sophie Barry, as we mentioned, Penny Riol in 2, Liv Howley of Maidenhead in 3, Hala O'Rourke of Aberystwyth in 4, Laura Lukacs of Swim Gwynedd in 5, Molly Bradley of Tritons in 6, Ella Cowan, City of Leeds in 7, Caitlin Bradford of Bebington in lane 8.
And Sophie Barry had a really good push off the blocks there, and she's actually leading coming into the turn here. Let's see what the split is.
Yeah, so a great start from her, 38.35. So you can start shouting at the screen now because she is doing you proud here, Sophie. Entered on 1:25.60. Starting to gather behind her. There's 4 swimmers who would like to come up and challenge her. Probably leading that charge looks to be Ella O'Rourke in lane 4 in the whitish cap, and they are definitely closing in on her. So Sophie, you need to push on here, but I think Ella is maybe just going past now as they come towards the final 5 metres. Lane 4, Ella O'Rourke, I think is going to take it. The girl from Aberystwyth, she takes the honours there, 1:20.74. Sophie Barry does take second in 1:21.82, with Caitlin Bradford on the near side taking third place. We'll see that summarised imminently. There is the scoreboard, not yet scrolled into finish order, but you can see Ella O'Rourke with the 1 beside her, 1:20.74. Sophie Barry second, 1:21.82, and Caitlin Bradford at the bottom of the screen there in third place.
Just to say thank you for all your tweets so far. I have been reading them. I've been retweeting as much as I can as well as we look forward to the next heat.
Just going back to that last heat, I think I called Molly Bradley swim for Tritons. It was in fact Tring, so apologies for that. Just get that right, so apologies to anybody from Tring. Molly Bradley was representing you. So moving on to Heat 8, it's Amy Alexander of Neath in 1, Charlotte Rigg of Birmingham in 2, Megan Griffiths of Birmingham in 3, Megan Allison of Newport in 4, Darcy Harry of City of Cardiff in 5, Morven Adams of Dundee City Aquatics in 6, Harriet Gordon of Birmingham in 7, and Catherine Roberts of Wrexham in 8. So coming out of the turn, it's Catherine Roberts on the near side, 38.77. And she's continuing to lead this one down the second length by about a body length from lanes 4, 2 and 7. Megan Allison, Charlotte Rigg and Harriet Gordon. And the last heat we saw the swimmer in lane 4 just coming through in the closing stages, and it's threatening to do the same, but I think Catherine Roberts will hold off Megan Allison, and she does. 1:20.02 for Catherine, 5-second improvement for her. And second place Megan Allison, 1:20.87, with Harriet Gordon out of lane 7 taking third. You can see the winner and the third place swimmers together there as we show you the scoreboard. Not yet scrolled, so down at the bottom there, the winner, Catherine Roberts, 1:20.02. Now she's up at the top in her rightful place, with Megan Allison second and Harriet Gordon third. So we move on to Heat 9, and we have Freya Watson of Heads of Valleys in 1, Leah Owen from your favourites, Celtic Dolphins in 2, Faye Warren of Llantrisant in 3, Amelia Edmonds, Llantrisant in 4, Rebecca Davis, Bridgend in 5, Marnie Boswell of City of Cardiff in 6, Isabella Berlin of Crawley in 7, and Chelsea Smedley of Harlech in 8.
Yeah, they went off very even there. Leah, actually, for the Celtic Dolphins, is doing quite well in lane 2. But it's quite even Stevens at the moment as they come down to the turn.
Lane 7 also very much up there. Isabella Berlin, in fact, it is Isabella just with the touch there, 39.62. Slightly slower than the last couple of heats at the halfway mark. So, all fairly close though here, particularly on the near side. Isabella Berlin, Chelsea Smedley, lane 4 in the mix as well, Amelia Edmonds, and lane 2 Leah Owen. So who of those 4 is going to take this one? It's about judging a finish perfectly, and Isabella Berlin closest to doing that, 1:21.45 for her, just edging out Amelia Edmonds by 300ths. And third place Chelsea Smedley, Leah Owen just behind her in 4th place. So Isabella Berlin there, Crawley swimmer, 1:21.45. The fastest time still way back in Heat 4, 1:19.43. That was Zina Paniagua Gutierrez, so it just shows what a good swim that was. We're up to Heat 10 now, and that is still the fastest time.
You're getting even better with that pronunciation of that name as well. I'm not even going to try it.
Well, she swims so fast, we get lots of practice, so good for her is what I say. Caitlin Temery of Swim Swansea leading off in lane 1 in Heat 10. Rebecca Glasser of Aberystwyth in 2. Phoebe Hopkins, Swim Conway in 3. Hella Davis of Swim Gwynedd in 4. Lauren Hopkins of Celtic Dolphins in 5. Ashley Jones of Wrexham in 6. Megan Nicolau of Torvain Dolphins in 7. And Catherine Russell of City of Leeds in lane 8. And look at Caitlin Temery going off in lane 1 here. She is well clear at the turn. So bright there. It's, I know, maybe slightly difficult for you to see on the screens, but you can see her over on the far side there. absolutely blitzing this race. So I think we may well be into a new fastest time this time. Caitlin Demery, the 13-year-old from Swim Swansea. And she has been on the podium. A couple of silver medals to her name so far, including the 100 fly and the 50 free. So fly, free, here she is in backstroke, absolutely dominating this heat, 1:15.39, so that is the new fastest heat time, and a big 8-second improvement on her entry time for Caitlin. Second, Lauren Hopkins from Celtic Dolphins, so a good swim from her as well, 1:21.14. And she was just ahead of Hella Davies, 1:21.37, and also in the 1:21s, fourth place. Just looking for that. There it is at the lane 7, Megan Nicolau. So we are about halfway through this girls' backstroke now. Just a reminder, we have that swim off to come after this. So always exciting swim-offs. It'll be Hannah Brigham of Peterborough against Hannah Saunders of Thames County. So if you're from either of those neck of the woods, do hang on for that. As we move on to Heat 11, Maisie Black, City of Leeds in 1, Neve Randall of Llantrisant in 2, Alice Glover of Solihull in 3, Eve Goddard-Smith of Swim Gwynedd in 4, Lucy Davidson, City of Canterbury in 5, Fionn Thomas, Welsh Independent in 6, Bethany Hook of Sevenoaks in 7, and Marteg Daffyd of Swim Gwynedd in 8. So the Welsh Independents, do they swim for a non-Welsh club and then represent as a Welsh Independent when they come to Wales? Is that how it works?
That's very much how it works, yeah. And there are some swimmers who've been like that for many years, even older swimmers now as well. So it just, obviously you have some swimmers move into masters programs as well from independent swimming, also coming back into the sport as well from moving away from the sport at a young age.
So Fionn Thomas is the Welsh Independent. She's right up there in lane 6. In lane 4, Eve Goddard-Smith of Swim Gwynedd, and these two also being joined now by Canterbury's Lucy Davidson in the yellow cap. So it's going to be between the three of them, but I think maybe lane 4, Eve Goddard-Smith, is looking the most likely the Swim Gwynedd swimmer, and she just comes through looking very smooth there. She came into the wall, 1:19.50 for her. 2.5 seconds inside her entry time. Second, Lucy Davidson just coming through strongly at the end there, 1:19.87 with the Welsh Independent. She led for quite a lot of the way, but finishes off third. Fionn Thomas, 1:20.62. So Heat 12 is waiting expectantly, maybe nervously, as the swimmers leave the pool and they go in. And they're off. Chloe Parker-Mead, City of Leicester, goes in 1. Sophie Smith of St Thomas in 2. Lauren Johns, Celtic Dolphins in 3. Eleanor Wixie of Chepstow in 4. India Ford, Swim Swansea in 5. Abby Hollyoak of City of Leeds in 6. Alicia Solaku of Cossacks in 7. And Rebecca Lee Black, Swim Swansea in lane 8. So this is going to be another pretty tight one, I think, as they come to the turn. Touch just going to St Thomas's Sophie Smith, only by 400ths though from the swimmer beside her, Lauren Johns. 38.12 was the split.
Yeah, Lauren Johns has to concentrate on her own race here. She's looked to the side a couple of times in lane 3, the Celtic Dolphin swimmer. She's just dropped off the pace now, and I think she's down into second with Sophie Smith just striding slightly ahead now, and looks like she's going to get first.
So it is going to be Sophie. Narrowly, great finish from lane 6. Abby Hollyoak, she nearly came up and nicked it, the Leeds girl, but just not quite in the end. Sophie Smith taking it 1:18.94. So she's 12-year-old, so at the bottom end of the 12-13 age group. Second place, Abby Hollyoak, and third, Lauren Johns. Still lots of people moving around, as you can see. And still looks fairly busy. Certainly not as busy as it was earlier today. I can see now a few empty seats emerging as people go up for lunch.
I think we've been lucky this morning to have seats, Duncan.
Yep, certainly. Into Heat 13, Hannah Abassi of City of Leeds in 1, Hannah Myers of Pembs County in 2, Katie Hicks of Pembs County in 3, Tia Ward, City of Leeds in 4, Holly Richmond of Birmingham in 5, Louisa Twig of Pembs County in 6, Caitlin Ward, Swim Swansea in 7, and Sian Edwards of Swim Swansea in lane 8. And looking very strong in lane 4 is Tia Ward. We've been impressed with the young 10-year-old from Leeds all week, and she's looking strong here. Silver medalist in the 400 freestyle, but she's been close in other events as well, including the 200 backstroke, where she was well up the pecking order in the final.
She looks really, really exciting, doesn't she, Tia? I think we were speaking off air the other day, and it's really exciting to see talent like this.
And she has the advantage on Swansea's Caitlin Ward in lane 7. That's going to be the 1 and 2 as Tia leads them in 1:16.20. Not quite as fast as Caitlin Demery from Heat 10. That still remains now the fastest time, but a good swim there from Tia. Second, Caitlin Ward, and third, Louisa Twig, confirmed there for you. I was going to say a nice clear view of the screen, and then somebody popped up, and there's a few more. On to Heat 14. So Isabel Bunn of City of Leeds in lane 1. First swimmer Lucy Allen in 2. Naomi Marsden of Pershaw in 3. Emma Lewis of Llantrisant in 4. Arabella Haley of Pembs County in 5. Esme Dirty of Newtown in 6. Kayla Lawson of Modernians in 7. And Kirsten Laurie of First in 8. Well, look at the Leeds girl go. So we saw Tia Ward for Leeds in the last heat going really strongly, and Isabel Bunn is continuing that trend in lane 1. 35.80. That is a very fast split. Not, I think, had any tweets out of the Leeds area, so come on, guys, you must be watching. Your swimmers are here in numbers. So let us know what you think about their efforts on hashtag BGSN. Hashtag BGSN Live. Isabel Bunn absolutely stonking this one. To use a technical term, 1:15.18. So that is the new fastest time so far for the 13-year-old. Just waiting for a time to come up for lane 3. That's now happened. So Kirsten Laurie taking second, 1:18.03. And Emma Lewis in third. That's sorted into place order now. And the summary for you there.
Just going back to the tweets, you've got a tweet from Leicester. Well, she's actually not in Leicester. She's actually in Villa in Spain, watching the live streaming online. At Livy Weller Hi, it's Livy. I'm at my grandma's villa in Spain. I'm watching all my teammates live from City of Leicester. I'm very proud of them, and a big smiley face.
So thanks for tweeting. We did ask you where you are watching from. So a villa in Spain, that's not bad. I wouldn't mind being in a villa in Spain. It's almost as warm here on the poolside in Swansea. Lucy Lavender then in Heat 15, Wickham District. Sophie McCallum of Swim Swansea in 2. Georgia Jones of Chepstow in 3. Demi Evans of Wrexham in 5. Chloe Watmo of Aquabears in 6. Sophie Dodd of Dumfries in 7. And Natalia Sharp in 8 from City of Sunderland. Now I know the Dodds have been regular tweeters for Sophie and the rest of the Dumfries crew. The Dodster, I think they call her. How can the Dodster do in lane 7? Sophie McCallum going well here. Saw her, gold medalist in the 200 breaststroke. The Swansea girl in lane 2. This is a very competitive one. Lane 5 is up there, Demi Evans of Wrexham. Lane 6, Chloe Watmo of Aquabears. Sophie Dodd in 7. And lane 2, Sophie McCallum. So these 4, let's see who gets the touch. Demi Evans does, 1:17.93 for her. So a very tight contest, that one, but Demi Evans just winning through there. Improves by nearly a second. Second place, Sophie McCallum, 1:17.94. Chloe Watmore, 1:18.30. And second improvement for the Dodster there as well, 1:18.39.
I think our Twitter's livened up since we started doing a few shout-outs, so I'll try and carry on as much as I can, but I don't interrupt the races too much. But it's great to hear from you all, and thanks for tweeting in.
So we're moving on to Heat 16. Another of the lead stars goes in lane 2, Emily Johnson. What a meet she's having. Sophia Strinati of City of Cardiff in 4. Tia Vyas of City of Leicester in 5. So shout out to the Leicester guys we were talking about. But Owen of Aberystwyth in 6. Neve Allen, another from City of Leicester in 7. And Lauren King of Newport in 8. So Emily Johnson in the 10-11 age group. Still quite a few in the young age group to come. 4 gold medals already earned from her. She's running about second place, I think, in lane 2, behind Sophia Strinati of City of Cardiff. Entry time for her, 1:18.04. And she's holding about a meter's advantage over Emily, with the group on the near side contesting third. I think maybe the Newport girl Lauren King just with the edge there, but it is Sophia who takes it, 1:15.40. Second, Emily Johnson, 1:16.73, and it was Lauren King taking third, 1:17.81. So a number of swimmers now on the 1:15 mark. We saw Isabel Barn a couple of heats ago, way back. Caitlin Demery in heat 10, and now another one there from Sophia Strinati. And the summary there. Emily Johnson second, Lauren King third. Six heats to go now in this girls' 100 backstroke. Megan Nicholas of Bridgend in 1. Georgia Williams of Chester in 2. Ellie Westerby of Hereford in 3. Katie Everall of Hereford in 4. Francesca Crocker of St Ives in 5. Katie Taylor of First in 6. Lucy Buchan of First in 7. And Annalise Bainon of City of Cardiff in 8. So a couple from Hereford, couple from First in this heat. So let's hear you if you're supporting either of those programmes. Francesca Crocker, the St Ives girl, is leading, but not by terribly much. 36.33 for her at the turn. So she's in that brightish orangey red cap in lane 5. Beside her now and coming up strongly is Katie Taylor of first. I think it's going to be between these two, although over in lane 1, Megan Nicholas of Bridgend going nicely. Katie Taylor looking strong though in lane 6, and I think she's now just eased into the lead and pushing on well into the wall and takes it 1:14.68. So first swimmer to duck under the 1:15. Katie entered 1:17.53, so 3 seconds knocked off that. Francesca Crocker second, and Megan Nicholas over in lane 1 taking third. As we see the girls out, the 2 first girls there. And there is the summary of the result. Just 100th between second and third there. Francesca and Megan. On to Heat 18, Elizabeth Arnold of Swim Swansea in 1, Kerry Sinclair of City of Leeds in 2, Sophie Bravin, Swim Swansea in 3, Marley Darcy of Swim Gwynedd in 4, Natalie Ruth of Peterborough in 5, Rhiannon Haynes of Bridgend in 6, India Birch of City of Cardiff in 7, and Charlotte Hook of Sevenoaks in 8. Marley Darcy in lane 4 is going to lead them at halfway. 36.03 for her. So that is at 3/10 faster than the previous heat. So we could be on for a new fastest time here. Charlotte Hook now taking it on. Down at the bottom of your screen, closest to the camera there. Lovely shot as she goes past. And she just about has the lead, but it's close. Coming up in lane 6 is Bridgend's Rhiannon Haynes. She's right in the mix now. Still so is Marley Darcy in lane 4, and lane 3, Sophie Bravin trying to come into it. I think it may be between lane 6 and 8 though. Let's see who gets the touch. Great finish from Rhiannon there. Now that's just what a coach wants to see there. That commitment into the wall there. 1:14.39 from Rhiannon.
Just looked like her arm started moving faster then as she went into the wall. Fantastic end to that race.
Charlotte Hook second, 1:14.58 down there at the bottom of your screen. And third place, Marley Darcy, 1:15.19. So that's the new fastest time from Rhiannon, 1:14.39. So we've now had 3 swims under 1:15. So we move on to Heat 19. Isabel Cockerham of Leyland Barracudas in 1, Kate Rainsford of Birmingham in 2, Katie McKenzie of Skye in 3, Hannah Denny of Thanet in 4, Charlotte Nestor of Wigan Best in 5, Eloise Clements of Thanet in 6, Laura Barnes of Harrow in 7, Lucy Grimes of Hereford in lane 8. Hannah Denny making her presence felt here in lane 4, 35.18. So we're seeing the pace picking up nicely now, and this is the Thanet girl showing what she can do. On the near side, Hereford's Lucy Grimes in second place, and then we've got lanes 5 and 6 contesting third, Charlotte Nestor and Eloise Clements. But I don't think anyone is going to catch Hannah Denny. After that really fast start, she had about a body length in hand and takes it 1:13.10, so That does pick up the pace from previous heats. We were talking about not many swims under 1:15, so that's nearer to the 1:13 there, so good stuff. Second is Eloise Clements, and third Charlotte Nestor, so Thanet 1-2.
Good time to do that just with 3 heats left as well. Let's see what these last 3 can do.
So into the 3 cycle-seeded heats now. We have Victoria Grant of City of Leeds in 1, Tegan Frizzell of City of Cardiff in 2, Hazel Fox of Pembs County in 3, Lois Masters, City of Cardiff in 4, Sophie Hart of Lincoln Vulcans in 5, Emmy Thomas of Newport in 6, Popea Bramwell Reeks of Bournemouth in 7, and Eva Vickery of Coventry in lane 8. 33.84 Lois Masters leading them through the turn, so again a pick up in pace, over a second faster than Hannah Denny's split, and we thought that was fast. Lois gold in the 200 backstroke, silver in the 50 fly, so she'll be looking to add to that collection this evening. Is about 2 meters clear. Tegan Frizzell, talking about her earlier. And Lois takes it 1:11.23. Nice stuff there from Lois. Girl from Cardiff. Second, Tegan Frizzell. And third, Sophie Hart. Summarised for you there. Lois Masters then 1:11.23, Tegan Frizzell 1:12.69, Sophie Hart third 1:13.60. 2 heats to go, plus of course that swim off after that. Seven swimmers go in Heat 21. Martina Ruskowska will swim Gwyneth in 1. Isabel Wilde of Mould in 2. Emily Arnold swims Swansea in 3. Ayana Lawson of Modernians in 5. Katie Cooper of Wigan Best in 6. Phoebe Barrett of City of Canterbury in 7. And Helena Esboga Ward of City of Leeds in lane 8. So no swimmer in 4 in this one, so that's opened up the opportunity maybe for some of these other girls, and lanes 2 and 3 are going to be first and second through the turn. Isabel Wilde and Emily Arnold. Mould against Swansea, North Wales against South Wales. Isabel Wilde, bronze in the 400 free. So can she get herself back on the podium tonight in this one? Still leading it from Emily Arnold and lane 5, Ayana Lawson. They are very close for second place behind Isabel, who will take this penultimate heat, 1:12.87. Make that probably the second fastest swim behind Lois Masters in the previous heat. Emily Arnold second, 1:14.05, just ahead of Ayana Lawson. 1:14.21 for Ayana. Summarised for you there. And now in position order, Isabel, Emily and Ayana, 1, 2, 3. So we thought we'd never get there with 22 heats, but we have. We're on the final heat. All 8 lanes in use. So if this was their only swim, they've had a long wait through, a long session to get here, but now they are. Megan Bannon of City of Leeds in 1, Lowry Matthias of Novio Cigar in 2, Beth Constance, Dundee City Aquatics in 3, Pavan Mawaha of Harrow in 4, Charlotte Marshall of Ramsbottom in 5, Hannah White, City of Leeds in 6, Chloe Williams of Swim Swansea in 7, Amber Mason of City of Leeds in 8. So coming out of the turn, it is the two in the centre lanes, Pavan Mawaha and Charlotte Marshall. And Pavan is looking the most likely here. In lane 4, the girl from Harrow. And stretching away nicely now. She has looked very strong today. It's the second swim of the morning. Afternoon now, of course, 1:30. But Pavan looking very controlled there and comes in 1:09.50. And I can also tell you that that is a new championship record there for Pavan. So another one goes. And of course, it may well go again in this evening's final because Pavan will be there with that swim. Terrific stuff.
Big smile by Pavan on the lane ropes there. Maybe she knows that as well. Fantastic swim.
And summarised there with Charlotte Marshall second and Beth Constance third, 1:11.82 and 1:13.28. And also gives you a chance there to see the swimmers just coming up on the scoreboard there for that swim off. So we're straight into that. This is 200 freestyle. The two Hannahs. Hannah Brigham of Peterborough against Hannah Saunders, Pembs County.
There's a lot of Pembs County coaching staff, swimmers all on poolside here.
So you always get a big shout out for these swim offs. It's a terrific start from the Pembs County girl, Hannah Saunders. She got about a metre out of that start over her rival, Hannah Brigham. But Hannah Brigham has just about closed that down here. Of course, they need to just manage this race. I'm sure they'll have been given guidance by their respective coaches as to how to do this. This will be for the final place in the final.
1/10, isn't it?
For the 14-15s, just as you said. Hannah Brigham, 31.70. Hannah Saunders, 31.71 at the 50. So, well, look at this. Coming down the second length. You can't really separate them. Maybe it is the Pembs County girl in the darker of the two caps with the red county crest on it, and she is now up by maybe a metre. 1:05.69 plays 1:06.55. Got a little bit more in that turn. Can see some of her teammates on poolside there pushing her on, urging her on all the way just about down, certainly the first half of the pool, and that is having its effect. She's now got a body length advantage as they come up towards 150. So if Hannah Brigham is going to pull this back, she's going to have to start working it pretty soon, because at the moment it's looking like Hannah Saunders is the favourite for this one. 1:39.63, her lead now about 1.8. Coming down the last length then, I think it would be a Herculean task now for Hannah Brigham to get this one back. So it's looking good for the Pembs County girl, Hannah Saunders. And the crowd and her teammates on the side of the pool shouting her on with 10 metres to go. She'll not lose it now. It is going to be Hannah Saunders finishing off in style our marathon session this morning. 2:13.31 for her. Congratulations. Commiserations to Hannah Brigham. 2:15.73. So great swimming there, and there she is, nice smile. And she knows she will be swimming again this evening, as the two Hannahs very sportsmanlike with each other there as they come out together. So just confirmation there of that swim off. Hannah Saunders 2:13.31. Hannah Brigham 2:15.73. And congratulated by her coach there. In fact, the Pembs County crew all gathering round there to congratulate her. And a nice pat on the back from the Peterborough coach as well. That was very nice to see there. So well done, Peterborough, for that.
Sportsmanship.
So that is the end of what has been a long session. And once again, just apologies for that little glitch that we had during the boys' backstroke. But we will be back for the next session very soon. So grab yourself a little bit of lunch before you do that. The next session will be starting around about 3 o'clock. So you've got a bit of time in hand, nearly an hour and a half. We'll be on air just before that. So we look forward to seeing you then. But in the meantime, thanks once again to Mark Tancock.
Thank you for having me.
Remember that you can keep up to date with the results at swimwales.org. You can watch all the action once again on youtube.com/Quipu TV. So do look that up and you can review your swims. And of course, thanks for all your tweets. Keep them coming on hashtag BGSN Live. And we will read them out as we have been doing this morning. Mark has been keeping an eagle eye on them. But in the meantime, from the British Gas Swim Wales Summer Nationals in Swansea, it's a very good afternoon to you.
Hi, I'm Steve Parry and I'm here to tell you about British Gas Swim Britain. British Gas, they've got a great aim. They want to get more people swimming regularly by 2015. So in order to take part in Swim Britain, you've got a team challenge. There's 4 of you. You've all got to swim 1,000 metres. You do 250 metres each in a relay until you've done the 1,000 metres. Swim Britain is going to help you get fitter and healthier, and they're even going to give you tips along the way. It's all going to accumulate in 10 events in September at venues across the country. Now, logistics of this event are super easy. You're going to get a swimming cap, a t-shirt and a timing chip. You pick them up at the venue on the day. So all you need to think about is the regular stuff. Your swimming goggles and a pair of trunks. You could wear these or perhaps some of these. You might want 2 towels as well instead of 1. So you'll need 1 towel for poolside and also a towel for when you get changed at the end. Maybe a bit of shampoo as well. And last but not least, make sure you take some water with you. So how does the Swim Britain relay work? Well, you've got to get your teammates. Here's one of mine, me Chris, just happens to be an international swimmer. I'll have some of that. He's going to lead off. Let's go, Chris. Yes. When he's done his 250 metres, he's got to make sure that his timing chip registers. Don't worry, there'll be people there on the day to make sure that that happens. Chris is then going to walk over to his second teammate, who's going to be in the transition area, and he's going to give him a high five. Nice high five. Then Chris is done. He's good to go. He can go have a little bit of a rest. It's going to get very crowded if all of you are waiting at the end of the pool. So we've got a rule. Only the person that's swimming next can be in the transition zone. So Swim Britain's going to be like no event you've ever done before, largely because of these bad boys. They're actually called boys, and you're going to have to swim around them. When you're swimming down the pool, you've got to keep the buoy to your left-hand side. And when you're swimming back up the pool, you've got to keep it to your right-hand side. Just keep an eye out for them. Big orange things, can't miss them. Stay as tight as you can to the buoy. You've only got to swim 250 metres. There's no point swimming any more than that if you don't have to. Once you've got your team together, make sure you get the opportunity to train together. Set yourself both an individual goal. You know what? Challenge the other guys on your team as well. You might surprise yourself and with some good training, beat the time that you thought you were going to go. What about making some hoodies with your team name on there? You're taking on everyone else in Swim Britain. You've got to get in there with the right frame of mind. Maybe you want to go in some fancy dress. I don't suggest you swim in the fancy dress. That might slow you down a little bit. Maybe you could even come up with your own song, you know. I can see all 4 of you doing the Gangnam style. Maybe not. But most of all, make sure there's some cracking banter between you and your teammates, and let's maximise the fun that we're going to have on Swim Britain. Good luck and enjoy.